Okay. I declare open this meeting of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past and present. This is a spillover hearing of the supplementary budget estimates proceedings, and the agencies heard during these estimates are those which have been nominated by various senators. The committee has fixed Monday, 24 January 2022 as the date of return for answers to questions on notice. The committee's proceedings today will examine the communications and arts outcomes of the infrastructure, transport, regional development and communications portfolio. I wish to remind senators and witnesses that we are operating in a COVID-safe environment which puts limits on the number of people allowed in a room and the number of senators who can be seated at any table. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure these hearings can be conducted in a safe environment. Page 1. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person with several senators connecting via video conference. Thank you in advance for your patience with any technical issues which we may encounter. Those participating via video conference are reminded to mute their devices when they do not have the call. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. Officers and senators are familiar with the rules of the Senate governing estimates hearings. If you need assistance, the Secretariat has copies of these rules. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to a committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, via resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings, which is as follows. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has the discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of 13 May 2009, specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement which meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of information or the document. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement. Officers called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and capacity in which they appear for the Hansard record. And witnesses should be able to speak clearly into the microphones, mobile phones to be switched to silent. Well, after all that, I now welcome Senator the Honourable Jane Hume, Minister for Superannuation, Financial Services and Digital Economy, representing the Minister for Communications, Urban Infrastructure, Cities and the Arts, and Portfolio Officers. Do you have an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now welcome Mr. Richard Windier, Deputy Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications. And do you have an opening statement?
No, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Windier. Okay, well, I now invite general questions of the Department in relation to communications and the arts, and I think I might offer the call to Senator Green to start with. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks for your questions, Chair.
Okay.
Hey.
Go ahead. Have the call.
I've got some questions. Thank you. I've got some questions just following up about the government's plan to spend $4.4 million this year on an ad campaign about the Online Safety Act. I think we asked some questions at previous estimates in regards to this. Can I just confirm, when will that campaign commence and conclude? What are the dates and the months?
Senator Richard Windeyer, Deputy Secretary, Media and Communications. Senator, the campaign is expected to commence at the end of January 2022.
And when is it finishing?
I'll see if we've got an estimated length. I can take that on notice for you, but it's, January, commence at the end of January. How long it's expected to run for, I don't have to hand.
Okay. I think I'm pronouncing this correctly. Orima Research, so ORIMA Research, was contracted by the department to undertake market testing. There's a contract number CN3805884. What was the value of that research contract?
Senator, I'll see if an officer has the details here. Otherwise, I'm happy to take that on
In relation
notice.
to the same issue?
Yes,
Yeah.
no, understand. I can take that on notice. I don't have the number, but if we've got it, we'll get it for you.
I've got a lot of questions in regards to these contracts. Is there someone there today that has information about advertising?
We don't have any. The corporate area of the department has all of the details around the communications piece, but so I'm happy to get those details for you, and we can probably get those for you in the course of the afternoon. I probably don't have the officer that would have all those details to hand here, but we can try and get them for you this afternoon. If you want to let us know what it is you were after the contract details for.
Okay. I do have a number of questions in relation to that. The creative agency, I'm also interested in the contract around the creative related to the advertising. Could you, if you don't have this information, take on notice what the contract number is and what the value of the contract is as well?
Certainly.
Do you know, Mr. Windermere, how the ad campaign intends on communicating with the public about the new adult cyber abuse scheme? I guess the question is how it's essentially going to communicate the idea of serious harm. Have you looked at what the creative is going to be around that?
Senator, I'm not. I know that we're at the stage in the process where the development of the campaign is underway. The testing has been completed, but I'm sorry, I don't know the details of how it's proposed to communicate that.
Okay. Okay, and do you know, in terms of just more broadly the campaign itself, what topics cover?
Well, I think broadly the topics are to cover the new powers that come into effect with the new Online Safety Act, which takes effect from towards the end of January.
Right. Does it include any other parts of the Act itself, or just the adult cyber abuse scheme?
Well, it's primarily focused it's focused around the new Online Safety Act. So the key new element of that is obviously the adult cyber abuse scheme.
Okay, but will it promote other elements of the Act as well, or just the scheme itself?
Senator, can I take that one on notice, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I've got some more questions about that advertising. Perhaps you should only be with us for a very short period, but you might be able to come back through other questions throughout the session to give us that information. And I've got more questions I can put to you at that time. I've got some other questions then around the work the department's doing to assess the suitability of an anti-siphoning list or scheme. What has the department done up to date around that work?
Well, Senator, I think we're in the process of doing sort of some preliminary work to understand the current nature of the world of sports broadcasting and how people are consuming it, and through what formats, et cetera, with a view to then doing some more work on both the list itself and the scheme that underlies it. I think the list has another 18 months before the current list expires. And then, but there is a separate question which we've indicated we will be doing some policy work around, which is the underlying anti-siphoning legislative scheme from which the list is which the list relates to. So there are sort of two parts to it. At the moment, there is no. We're doing some preliminary work. The next hard around the events on the list, we've got 18 months before the current list expires. The scheme itself is part of an ongoing policy development piece.
Okay. So in terms of the list expiring in 18 months, there's work to review that list and what should be on it. Is that right?
I think we're actually more focused at the moment on understanding how the scheme should best continue to operate. The questions that are being asked about the scheme at the moment go to its scope and what it covers. The list itself, I mean, as you know, was relatively recently rolled over in its current form, so we're not looking so much at the list at this point in time. We will obviously have to turn our minds to that as we approach the expiry of the current list.
When was that rolled over? Just if you can remind us.
I'll just get Senator Pauline Sullivan is coming to the table, who will be able to answer that question.
Good afternoon, Senator. Pauline Sullivan, First Assistant Secretary, Department of Online Safety, Media and Platforms Division in the department. The list was renewed in April, so it was rolled over in April this year.
Oh, okay. So quite recently.
Yes.
So in terms of that preliminary work, what does that involve?
Sorry, what was that, Senator? I missed the question.
You said that some preliminary work is occurring, so what does that involve?
Senator, it's at the moment, it's sort of typical work that we would do as part of our normal policy activity. We're doing, doing some work and analysis of what's going on in the market for these types of events. As I say, it's at the early days, so I suspect that work program will get more intense, but it's at the early days. I mean, we've had the anti-siphoning scheme on the on the roadmap of things to work through, and we're just at the early stages at the moment. So it goes to understanding things like whether there have been shifts in how audiences are consuming live sporting events, understanding what's going on with the advent of new platforms and whether that should have an impact on how the scheme ought to operate or needs to be designed. Those sorts of issues which we're trying to get a better handle on.
Okay. Mr. Windermere, are you aware that Australia played and actually won the final of the International Cricket Council T20 World Cup earlier this month?
Yes, Senator.
And that was, Australia's successful tilt at that tournament, but it was behind a paywall essentially because it's not actually on the current anti-siphoning list.
Senator, I think I understand the fact that it's not on the list. It's because something isn't on the list doesn't necessarily mean it only ends up on behind a paywall, but it is. You're right. I agree that the event is not on the list.
What's on the list at the moment, Mr. Windermere, in relation to the T20 tournament and the final, if it's played?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I'm not sure what T20 events are on the list at all, but I can take that on notice.
Right. The current anti-siphoning list that I've got in front of me includes the final of the T20 tournament, but only if it's played in Australia or New Zealand. Does that sound right to you?
That sounds quite plausible. I don't have the list in front of me, but I'm happy to take your word for that.
And it doesn't include the final of the T20 if Australia is playing.
If it's
there's
as you
no
described it in the list,
contingency.
that sounds correct, Senator.
Yeah, can you explain just the policy reason for that? Why is it that it's more about whether the event is played rather than who's playing in the event?
Well, Senator, I think, there are a whole lot of...
This is just rolled over in April, so it should be, that decision making should be pretty fresh.
well, I think the decision taken in April was that the current list remained relevant and reasonable. So it was, rather than undertaking a process to revisit all the events, it made sense just to roll over the current arrangements. There are a lot of
So-
questions that could lie behind, or decisions that could lie behind ultimately what gets put on the list. I think
Well, I
you'll-
wouldn't want you to speculate if you're not aware. What I would like to know, though, you said that in April it was more of a rolling over of the list previously. So does that mean, did the minister review the list earlier that year and have any contributions?
I think the decision was made to continue the list in its current form.
So the minister didn't put forward any changes to the list?
I'm not aware of the minister proposing or suggesting anything to the department, Senator.
Given we've got 18 months until there's changes, until the current list expires, I think is the best way of explaining it. Is the department satisfied that the anti-siphoning list that we have at the moment is fit for purpose in the current media environment? I've given you that example around the T20 World Cup final. Are we going to miss out on any sporting events in the next 18 months?
Senator, I was going to say, I'm not sure that I'd want to offer an opinion on whether I think the list is adequate or appropriate. But what I would say, I suppose the important thing to keep in mind from our perspective is that being on the list doesn't guarantee something finds its way onto free-to-air television, and not being on the list doesn't mean an event can't be on free-to-air television. So it isn't the case that the list is the definitive or defining mechanism by which we ensure events are contracted by a free-to-air broadcaster. It is but one input into the overall system of sports rights and their broadcast.
And
What's the point of the list then? You said if it's on the list, it may not be available to the general public. If it's not on the list, then eventually it will. I mean, isn't the point of the list itself that, in the opinion of the relevant minister, those events should be available to the general public? Isn't that the point of the list?
Senator, there's a sort of intermediate step, I suppose. It's a view that those are events which are some significant events which we think it is important that there be an opportunity or a stronger opportunity for them to be on free-to-air broadcasters, and hence the list provides that there must be the sort of first opportunity for free-to-air broadcasters to consider obtaining those rights. But as I said, it doesn't guarantee that they necessarily will choose to. And there are examples of events that have been that aren't on the list that have ended up on free-to-air television, and vice versa.
What are the examples?
Well, I think from memory recently,
I'm not interested in what broadcasters have seen as a good opportunity to put something on TV that isn't on the list. I'm more interested in the things that are on the list that haven't been then made available to the general public. Perhaps maybe on notice you could provide a list of those events since April, since the rollover, So these are lists that are events that are on the list that haven't eventually been made available to the general public.
Senator, happy to.
Chair, I know that I did hear a bell in the background. I'm wondering if other senators have questions. Otherwise, I can keep asking.
Thanks, Senator Green. I believe you're probably the only senator that has questions, so you're free to exhaust your
Okay,
questions, and then we'll move on to the next witnesses.
sure. Okay, thanks.
Chair, does that mean we're going to finish with the department at 4:30 and stick strictly to the
Yep.
schedule as published?
Yep.
For the rest of the night?
Yep.
Good, thank you.
We're just going to encourage the
Yeah.
asking of questions
Yeah.
while we have time, and then once we get close to that time, we can ask our colleagues to allow us to move on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I can ask. I've got other questions I wanted to ask. Just in relation to some board appointments that have happened recently, or I think some people have left a few boards. So just wanted to find out what's going on there. On the 30th of September, the Minister welcomed the appointment of Richard Damery as a non-executive director of the Australia Post, and for a 3-year term, and thanked Mr. Mario Durazio for his contribution. Are there any current vacancies on the board of the Australia Post?
Senator, just bear with me and I'll get an officer to the table who can answer that for you. The answer, Senator, is no, there are no current vacancies.
Okay, did Mr. Durazio resign from the board of Australia Post?
Yes, yes, he did, Senator.
And when did that happen?
When did that happen?
Yeah,
I'll just see if we've got the details of the date, otherwise we can take that on notice.
While we're searching for that date, do we know why he resigned from the board?
I'm not sure that we do, Senator, and I'm not sure that there was. No, I don't think we do, Senator.
Was that information, Senator Hume? I know you're sitting there today. Do you know if any issues were raised or concerns raised with the minister by Mr. Durazio?
Not that I'm familiar with, Senator Green, but I can take it on notice.
Thanks. I think there's been another resignation. Ms. Guthrie resigned from the board of the ABC. What date did that happen?
Just bear with me, Senator. So sorry, can you just...
Still looking for that date. We've got someone walking away from the table. Still looking for that date.
We're still looking for the date. Yeah.
Thank you.
So sorry, Senator, can you who was the board member you were asking about? An ABC
Ms.
board
Vanessa
member?
Guthrie.
Vanessa Guthrie. We'll see if we can find the details of that as well for you, Senator.
It was earlier this year. Here we go. Dr. Guthrie resigned on the 19th of March 2021.
And how far through her 5-year term was she when she resigned?
I would have to take that on notice. I will come back to you this afternoon with that.
Did she provide any reasons for her resignation?
I honestly can't remember off the top of my head, so I would, I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
And Senator Hume, just a similar question. Did Ms. Guthrie raise any issues or concerns with the minister when she resigned?
Not that I'm aware of. I'll take it on notice.
Senator,
Can I
I think we've got the date for you for Mr. Durazio's resignation. Mr. Good will give us that answer.
Hi, Peter Good,
Thank you.
Acting Assistant Secretary Post, International Telecommunications and ACMA. Mr Durazio provided his resignation on 2 July 2021, and the resignation was backdated and took effect from close of business 25 June.
Is there a reason for that backdating? What was that about?
We understand it took it back to the final board meeting that Mr Durazio participated in.
Okay.
Okay.
And how far into his term was he? He had a 3-year term, I think.
Just over 2 years, I think, Senator. I think he was appointed in around March or April of,
All right,
of 2021.
Okay. Are there any current vacancies on the board of the ABC?
No, Senator.
All right. And just one other appointment, I'll just check very quickly because I know we're running out of time. The ACMA website says that the Governor-General has reappointed James Cameron as a full-time member of ACMA from the 5th of August for a period of 2 years. Did the Minister issue a media release for this appointment?
I don't think so, Senator.
Why not?
I'm not sure, Senator. I suspect it might have been because it was a reappointment of a reasonably long-standing authority member, but I'm not sure.
Okay, and are there any current vacancies on the ACMA authority?
I think there are. I'd have to take on notice what the total number of positions can be, but I think, Senator, there are technically some vacancies on the ACMA.
Okay.
Can you just take something on notice while we finish up? Can you provide on notice the status of all statutory board appointments in the communications portfolio, including current vacancies, current appointments, and when terms are expiring?
We can take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator Green. Okay, well, we now invite the department witnesses to depart from the table. Suspend? We'll just suspend. We'll suspend briefly while we reconfigure. And I now welcome the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Welcome back, Mr. Anderson. Do you have a opening statement?
No, we don't.
Okay, we'll go straight to questions. We'll kick off with Senator Sheldon.
Good, thanks very much, Chair, and good afternoon to you all. Just want to go through what work, if any, is the department doing to assess, or ABC doing to assess the suitability of anti-siphoning or scheme. Sorry, just better jump over, so I just got to bring this wrong question. I might just go to somebody else if it's okay, Chair, and I'll come back to
Senator Van.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Anderson, do you think the ABC is the best version of itself that it could possibly be?
Senator, I'm incredibly proud of the ABC and what it achieves and what it's been doing, but that doesn't mean that there isn't always room to improve from time to time.
And would you characterise anyone who's seeking to look into whether the ABC can be better or not, that's an attack on the ABC?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't understand the question. So we will invariably from time to time review ourselves, look at whether we're doing the best that we can, whether it be quality of our editorial publications, whether that be on television, on radio or online. We're always looking to ensure that we're efficient. We're statutorily obligated to be looking for efficiencies, if that's what you mean, Senator.
No, not necessarily, but is the ABC the only organisation that can question the ABC and ask whether things can be done better or not?
Oh, Senator, so we are, I think, the most scrutinised media organisation in the country. I think that, you know, whether it's appearances at Senate estimates, this is the second spillover session we've done this year. I think hundreds, I think we've hit 1,000 questions on notice that we have throughout the year. So when it comes to the Senate committee, and I think that, you know, we should be held to account by the Australian public. I think that we take their concerns seriously. We take complaints handling seriously. No, I don't think we're the only ones that can scrutinise ourselves. No, and I don't think that happens either.
And so if this Senate committee were to look into your complaints handling procedures, that wouldn't be seen as an attack on the ABC?
Senator, so I don't think we're above scrutiny at all, and I respect the powers of the Senate committee. However, I agree with Chair Ita Buttrose's statement with regard to trying to run an inquiry when we're doing our own independent review at the same time that delivers earlier than what the ABC's review would have delivered. So that's. So I don't say that we're above scrutiny at all, and I don't think we're above scrutiny of the Senate committee, but I think trying to run the same inquiry at the same time to deliver an outcome ahead of what the board is doing and the board is obligated to do, I think is problematic.
So you would have no problem for this committee to run an inquiry into your complaints handling post that review?
Well, post the review, no. So I think while we're running the review, I think that's a problem.
Okay.
Well, I think that anything in tandem delivering before the board's review, I think, is prejudicial towards the outcome that the board has put in place and trying to run at the same time. So rather than have people submit to the Senate inquiry, you want people to engage with and submit, and there is call for public submissions into the inquiry that the ABC board is undertaking. And that should be allowed to transpire, deliver in March, the board publish in April, and then if the Senate committee, of course, if they want to do an inquiry, and I note that it's been suspended, so I fully expect there to be an inquiry on the other side of this, if the committee so choose.
What's more important, the board having an inquiry of its own, or the democratically elected parliament determining that there should be, in the event that that were to have occurred, an inquiry into the ABC. So a board review fundamentally more important than a parliamentary review?
I think the board has statutory independence that should be observed, and I think the board, having already announced an inquiry into its complaints handling process, which I might add, there are good people that do go about the complaints handling process, and there's a lot of talk about this, and I think they do high quality work. But I think the board should be allowed to undertake that with its independence, exercise that, and its legal obligations, I might add, without having a Senate inquiry doing exactly the same thing after the board had announced that they were going to do it.
And who clothed the ABC with its independence? Was it the Parliament?
Yes,
Yeah,
provided
thank you.
its statutory independence, yes.
Senator Van.
Thank you. Mr Anderson, you'd be...
Sorry, Senator Van. So is the committee okay with media taking images and video? Yeah. Okay. Senator Van.
So, Mr Anderson, you'd be aware that I've been putting questions to you in this committee at estimates about the ABC's complaints handling process for over 2 years now.
Yep.
I would say this committee has had a long-standing interest in this. And I note that your board inquiry was announced only a matter of days or weeks before when you were last here, or here virtually, in estimates. Was that in any way tried to stop this committee looking at your complaints handling process?
No, nor have I been an obstacle in the committee looking at complaints handling. But what I will say is that when the board had announced that it was doing its own review into complaints handling, that I think that the independence of the ABC and the ABC board and the chair should be respected while we go about and do our review, and then it's up to the committee to decide whether or not they want to do an inquiry subsequent to that.
So independence is an important value to the ABC?
Yes, Senator.
So an independent complaints handling process should have similar value to you?
Well, Senator, it is, and this is why it's being headed up by John McMillan, the former Commonwealth Ombudsman, as well as Jim Carroll. They are operating independently with their review. Terms of reference that they will report back to the board in March. At the moment, they've put out an issues paper, they're taking public submissions, and they have wide-ranging scope to cover a great many things with regard to complaints handling.
I was talking more about your complaints handling being done independently of the ABC rather than the review into the complaints handling. I'll leave that there. Mr Anderson or Mr McMurtry, does the ABC hold itself to the same standards, or should it hold itself to the same standards as commercial broadcasters, or should it be held to a higher standard?
Senator, we hold ourselves to the highest standard, as we should, to the highest editorial standard of all media in this country, as the national public broadcaster.
Does that go across all your platforms, all your shows? Or?
Yes.
So how come, following your appearance at Estimates last time, your Media Watch program decided that it was fair game to say that, no, you should only be held to the same standards as commercial broadcasters?
Senator, I'm not, I think I saw it, but I don't remember it that well. I don't know, I take your word for it, whether they said that or not. But I think that certainly the ABC should have the highest quality and the highest editorial standards of any media outlet in this country.
So if I were to make a complaint about that show, how would it be handled?
Well, it would be handled independently of the program unit. So our Audience and Consumer Affairs area is independent of any other content team, much like SBS, and they will independently examine your complaint. They do it with, they take all complaints seriously. Complaints handling procedure is available on our website, and they come back to you with their results, and I cannot intervene on what it is that they do as Editor-in-Chief and Managing Director. They operate independently, and
Mr.
they report
McMurtry.
to the board on a regular basis. Via,
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Mr. McMurtry, do you, as Editorial Director, what role do you play in holding programs to the highest editorial standards?
My role is often working with the pre-publication process and the editorial policy advisors who work with programs in the lead up to publication.
So did you see that Media Watch piece?
I always watch Media Watch. I can't say I have a photographic memory of it, but I'm aware of the program, yes.
And do you agree with the proposition it put?
Well, Media Watch is a review program. And there was certainly nothing in that program that I thought was a problem with editorial standards, and Mr Barry, as a reviewer in that context, is entitled to put his informed view.
And he put that to the show, and I tend to agree with him. In terms of your people putting opinion on air, as we raised last time, there's news, analysis and opinion, and this is according to your own editorial guidelines. And I put some questions to you at last estimates, and I'm looking forward to those answers on notice. I think it's by the end of this week, isn't it, Chair?
I think that's
so I won't put those again. But when on a news program, and you would agree that your AM program is a news program?
I'm sorry, Media Watch?
No, AM, your radio show,
yes,
AM,
yes.
and World Today and PM. And
yes,
what do you call the Saturday morning one now? This week
This
or
week,
something?
I believe, yes.
Right. So that's a news program as opposed to an opinion program.
Yes,
You'd
sir.
agree? So when that show uses an opinion or puts a piece of analysis to air, should it be flagging that it does that?
So every current affairs story can have elements of all three. It can have, factual reporting, it can have analysis, it can have opinion. Generally, the opinion is from somebody you're interviewing or an expert, for example. And our journalists are entitled, under the analysis policy, which I'm sure you've read, to form professional judgments, to stitch together different pieces of information to try and provide more context to the audience and make a professional judgment and steer the audience, I suppose, through what can be sometimes conflicting pieces of information. But it's not an opinion. They're essentially providing greater depth, greater understanding around the issues.
But you said there, when the editorial guidelines say that they can put an opinion or analysis, which I agree with, they should be able to. But do you agree that should be articulated what is news, what is analysis and what is opinion?
I think we generally do that. I think that it comes down to audience understanding, though. So, you know, the programs that you're speaking of, AM, The World Today, PM, of course, have been around for decades.
Yeah.
And the audience well understands the nature of those sorts of shows, and they understand that in some respects it can be interviews that are dealing with the contest of ideas. Sometimes it's more fact-based reporting if it's a breaking story around a disaster.
It is news by your own editorial guidelines?
It is news, yes.
It has to be fact?
It has to be fact. It has to be evidence-based.
So
Yes.
how would a listener be able to tell what's opinion, what's analysis and what's fact?
I think
If it's not
most
flagged.
I think most listeners understand that when, for example, we're talking to a medical expert, we are seeking their informed opinion on something. I think they understand when we're talking to a politician that politician is putting the view around their party or their policy position. I think the audience well understands that.
What happens if you're interviewing your own presenters?
I think they understand that the journalists are bringing analysis.
Yeah, I
So if we're talking to the business,
sorry. And so there's, on the 20th of November on this week, Linda Mottram did a 10-minute interview with Rap Epstein about matters in Victoria. What was that? Was that news? Was that analysis or was that opinion?
If it was on Linda's program, it would be subject to the normal editorial standards for a news program. But to give you, a really thoughtful response, I'd need to listen to it.
Okay, I'm happy to table it as well, Chair, so
Thanks.
I'll do that.
Thanks, Senator Van.
Yep, sure, I can leave it there if you work time.
Thank you. Senator Sheldon?
Yep, I'm good to go.
Okay, go ahead.
Just want to, Mr Anderson, on the 5th of November 2021, you gave a speech to the regional media, the Digital Age Summit at Charles Sturt University, entitled Facts, Truth, Trust, the ABC's commitment to Australia's regions. There you announced that the ABC had just finished a multi-year agreement with Google that will see ABC content on the Google News Showcase, and that negotiations with Facebook were well advanced. Would you just give us an outline of where the status of the discussions with Facebook and negotiations?
Senator, we haven't signed the agreement yet, but I'm hoping to actually have that signed in the next 48 hours. Let's,
should we all be excited? Because I am.
Look, Senator, it is good news. I mean, if, as I said in that speech, all things remaining equal, we do have funding at risk at the moment, but assuming our enhanced news gathering funding is extended beyond, this is its last year, then what this revenue will provide on top of that, as well as on top of indexation returning, is dozens and dozens of jobs for people being employed across regional and rural Australia in journalism, in journalist roles. So that'll be people that'll go into existing bureaus or people to go places at the moment where we believe we would like to be able to cover, where there are stories that need to be covered, but is either difficult to get to because of where we're located at the moment.
Just this question, and thank you for taking us just to where the funding would go and what the release of the funding would be. Are you able to give us any more detail about what you envisage as the regional services and journalism that will get benefit from this additional funds? Are you able to give us a bit more detail or expand it?
Well, Senator, in addition to bolstering what we can do for emergency broadcasting, what it will do, that additional coverage will be there to bolster what we can do online. So at the moment, there are, while we're on air, we're on radio, certainly out of those bureaus, we are also filing for online as well as other video-based stories, whether it be for the 7 p.m. bulletin or for 7:30, landline, as well as other programs that we have. So you'll see more stories of a regional nature that go out over ABC official platforms as a result of that.
Good, thanks. I just want to you mentioned about funding. I just want to give that question that assuming current levels of funding continue, what's the effect of some degree of uncertainty about continuing funding?
Well, at the moment, we have enhanced news gathering, which is in its 9th year of funding for the ABC. Enhanced news gathering has been certainly important over time. So it produces more than 10,000 digital stories every year by state-based news teams across Australia. It's been responsible for 300 journalism awards for the people it employs. So it has been there and established for quite some time. I've made it clear with the Minister Fletcher the whole way through that I've welcomed the inclusion of the ABC, and it is only through the intervention, I believe, of the Minister to include us in being able to receive this revenue of the code. But where it matters is as long as the enhanced news gathering funding continues, i.e. it's not a trade-off. We're not trading public funds with commercial funds, that it is augmentation that sits on top of what would otherwise be our normal operation.
Thank you. Just want to be clear about something on this Google question. The ABC will receive the additional fundings that ABC will receive from the Google deal. Is it correct that this won't translate into any new positions across rural or regional Australia unless the current enhanced news gathering funding continues? Is that correct?
Well, Senator, at the moment we are, there's a timing issue for us. There's also one of experimentation. So for the new roles that we employ, they will initially be for a 12-month period or part thereof, certainly until we have some certainty over that other funding. So that is, and I think that if the enhanced news funding was not continued after 9 years, I think it's a $15 million problem for the whole of the ABC. So, I think that, but I have had assurances by the Minister publicly that this is not, the addition of Google and Facebook funding, if the deals could be done, and we're nearly there for the second one, would not necessarily determine whether or not the ENG funding would continue or not. In that, it would have no bearing on it. So I've had that assurance, and I'm operating from the fact that this will sit on top of what we have as ENG funding, and it is good news for regional and rural Australia, where other commercial providers are finding it very difficult to sustain themselves financially in a lot of these places, that the ABC is able to augment what it already does across 48 regional bureaus across the country.
Thank you. Just on the result of that question or that answer, Minister Hume, at estimates in October 2021, you confirmed the ABC funding indexation will be restored in the next triennium, which is great.
I can see that in the forwards, yes, Senator.
Yeah. However, you declined to confirm whether or not the whether the enhanced news gathering program funding for regional Australia would be extended when it runs out mid next year. Are you able to confirm if it will be extended?
So all details of ABC's funding will be released in the budget, as it is normal practice. We have the date for the budget today, so it'll be the 29th of March. But what I can say to you, Senator Sheldon, is that yes, the 21-22 budget papers did reflect the restoration of indexation for the ABC. That doesn't necessarily reflect a decision being taken, it's an assumption that's been put into that budget.
Minister, has the Minister consulted with the Minister for Regional Communications about this issue?
I don't have an answer for you on that. I can take it on notice.
Thank you. Minister, on the 20th of November 2021, Labor leader Anthony Albanese announced a 5-year funding terms for the national broadcasters. Will the Liberal National Party or government match or better this commitment?
Senator Sheldon, the national broadcaster has more funding certainty than any other media organisation in the entire country. Taxpayers provide the ABC with more than $1 billion in funding every year. It's a substantial investment of public funds in our national broadcaster to enable it to provide television, radio, digital media services in line with its charter. And we will announce that its next triennium of funding with the budget, which is in the normal budget process.
I just want to go then just to a matter of regards, Peter, I'm going to pronounce this correctly, Tony Yu and Richard Bean were appointed by the Liberal National Government to conduct an efficiency review into the ABC and SBS, which reported in December 2018. Their report recommended that the government introduce a 10-year funding model to provide greater certainty over a 10-year forward planning horizon. I also note that Minister Fletcher recently appointed Mr Peter Toniu to the board of the ABC. Has the government considered a longer-term 10-year funding model?
Senator, the government uses a triennium model and has done so consistently and does so as part of the normal budget process.
So if given that the government's own efficiency review recommended it, a 10-year funding model, and I'd be very mindful that for all of us knowing that both building up capacity within any organisation, including the ABC, requires some certainty of funding, requires staff making some, particularly when we're talking about resources being moved to regional areas, there needs to be some staff certainty as well, to get the best opportunity for people that can go to those areas. So you get the higher list in the crop of people that are available. Isn't it a more efficient allocation of capital, the national broadcaster, if it was 10 years?
Well, the national broadcaster, as I said earlier, has more funding certainty than any other media organisation in the country. That the News Media Bargaining Code won't be deducted from government funding, so that's in addition, and it's good to see that the ABC has already committed to use this funding to expand regional news services.
I'm sort of very mindful of the report by the ACCC when looking at the question about Google and Facebook, etc. The importance of making sure that we're investing in media. So I appreciate that those steps are important steps and they've been partially realised. But part of that is to make sure we protect democracy, and that goes back to the question of the ABC. People are raising questions of independence, which I understand and may agree or may not agree with all the aspects that have been brought up, but it's critically important that we do ask those questions. There is nobody from the commercial news services that come to estimates to be asked questions, and they are supposedly an important part of the democratic process as well. So I'm just sort of mindful, in the case with all that, isn't there a particular special importance for us for funding for the ABC, and being very mindful of the importance of an independent organisation through this, as the ACCC said, very trying times on making sure that we're getting the truth and facts out there. So, is that a matter of consideration by you?
Well, I think that's why there's a triennium funding arrangement rather than a year-on-year funding arrangement.
But not a 10-year one, which is the point I was making.
Or a 5-year one, which is what you've announced.
Does the Liberal National Government want the ABC and SBS to be more efficient or not? And this is a question of sufficiency, where the independent report came out and said that there was a 10-year funding model would be more efficient.
If that's the case, why didn't you announce a 10-year funding model?
I'm asking you about the report that was put together by advisors to the government, handpicked, that have been promoted to, one of us have been promoted to other positions since then. 5 years is certainly better than 3 years, so you're saying to me that 5 years sounds good?
I'm sure the ABC would rather that 20 years sounds even better, but we have a triennium funding model, which is a much more efficient use of funds than a year-on-year funding model for the ABC.
So 5 years would be even more efficient.
And 10 years and 20 and 30, and I'm sure that's what you'd like, Senator Hanson-Young, but this government has a 3-year triennium funding model.
I'm going on other subjects, that's okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much,
Senator Bragg.
Sheldon. Sorry?
So Senator Shelton's questions finish.
No, he has another line, so I'm
Who's
now going
next?
to rotate the call.
It'd be my turn then.
So I can come to you next if you'd like to go next.
Yes, thank you.
And then I'll go to Senator Betts, and then we'll go back to the opposition. Okay, Senator Hanson-Young, you have the call.
Thank you. Mr Anderson, how much does the ABC budget for legal fees per year?
Senator, we budget at the moment, the budget for ABC Legal is approximately, I'll confirm it on notice, is about $7 million per annum. That doesn't exclude what we do outside of the ABC from time to time. So it does vary depending on the matters of the year.
Thank you. So could we just clarify, and because our Chair.
Very esteemed Chair.
Our esteemed chair here is quoted today in the press saying that it's ABC's legal fees are 26 million per year. So, can we just clarify?
I think I'll just clarify that actually is a misquote. That it's 2674. But thank you for raising that.
Yes, so it's a misquote.
It's
A misquote delivered by you, or a misquote?
Well,
Or did the journalist manipulate? Yeah, point of order. You're not the chair.
I'm happy.
Well,
Okay, order.
I'm the deputy.
Order.
Thank you,
Order.
Senator Small, and a permanent member of this committee. So just back off.
Order. Okay, order. Order. Thank you for clarifying that misquote, and I invite you to proceed with your line of questioning.
Thank you. Thank you. So just to clarify, it's not 26 million per year. It's you budget for 7.
For this year, yeah.
There's-
So we provided that information. It was an FOI question where it was over a series of 4 years what was the cost, and it was that amount of money over a 4-year period.
Okay,
That's
thank
where it
you.
comes from.
Thank you. And has this amount has this amount gone up this year, down in the last 4? You know, how is this? Is there an average we can point to understand and clarify this constant question?
So look, what I will say about our legal team. So our legal team do not just litigation disputes, they do pre-publication and training for programs that are about to be published. They do acquisition and production work, so we have 150 co-commissions per annum. Actually, it's 150 commissions or over 100 co-commissions per annum where it's quite legal intensive with regard to those contracts. We have technology contracts, property contracts. There's a number of things that happen for this team, and at the moment it is going up year on year. The skills required to do these roles are actually going up at the moment, where staff are being poached away from us. I wouldn't normally reveal this, but people are being offered jobs, and we've got a few vacancies that we're trying to fill. So those costs are going up with the work that we're doing, as well as the cost of doing it. So it is a cost upward pressure that we have on our legal team. So that's why, for what we quoted earlier at 4 years, it was a lower amount per annum. So now it's about 7 per annum, and I think going up a little bit as well.
Okay. Minister, how much does the government budget for legal costs to cover ministers, action taken against ministers each year?
I would think you're asking the wrong minister
Oh,
that question, Senator Hanson.
I'd like you to take that on notice.
I can ask the Attorney General for you.
So you will, just to be clear, you will take that on notice?
I'm happy to take it on notice,
Thank
but
you.
it's not a relevant question for this committee.
Well, I'm interested to know, because I know the government has spent quite a bit of money already in this financial year on covering the legal fees of ministers who have said things they shouldn't have said. I'm interested to know, from a taxpayer's perspective, how much you budget for those things. So that's the reason why. Mr. Anderson, you talked about not knowing whether the enhancing news gathering money is going to come forward. Has it been raised specifically in relation to the negotiations with the government to date?
Yes, so I think I've brought everyone with it. So as soon as I've been in the role, I've pointed out that this funding is expiring, that it's important funding. I've certainly raised it with the government. I've raised it with parliamentarians, that it's important funding for the ABC that does important work. I have written to the Minister on a number of occasions, and have more recently written again, just to make sure that the ABC's position is crystal clear with regard to enhanced news gathering, indexation. I've also pointed out a response that we gave back with regard to the Green Paper, another submission that we put in with regard to international services. So yes, it has been raised with the Minister.
And where are you up to with the negotiations with the government for the next triennial budget?
Negotiation, I don't know, but there are certainly discussions held in good faith. They're quite constructive. I have constructive interaction with the minister. It would probably be due for another catch up again, sort of later this month. But I don't know that it's a negotiation, other than I've simply put best foot forward with regard to the ABC's position, and at the moment I don't expect to hear anything unless there was either my EFO or a budget announcement that came with it. That's the first time we'd find out about it.
Okay. And Senator Hume, we've had the release of the parliamentary calendar for next year today. Are we expecting an indication as to what the ABC's budget will be in MyEFO or in that brought forward budget day?
Well, we haven't had MyEFO yet, so I imagine that there will be indications either appropriately at MyEFO or in the budget, which was now dated the 29th of March.
Okay. And is the government going to include the enhanced news gathering funding in the overall package, or will that be negotiated separately?
I can take that on notice, but obviously the amounts that are received under the News Media Bargaining Code are not deducted from government funding, so they will be accounted for separately.
Can you repeat that?
I said that any funding received under the News Media Bargaining Code
Yeah.
are not deducted for government funding.
No, but I'm not asking about the news gathering bargaining code. I'm asking about the enhanced news gathering fund, which is separate money.
So that will be announced during budget.
So it will be part of the overall package, or it will be separate?
Well, it will be announced during budget.
Yes, but will it be part of the package?
It will be
or-
presented with the budget.
So it'll be part of the package?
Why would it not be?
Well, because it hasn't any other time.
It'll be presented at budget.
Do you want to check that?
No.
Maybe
be
someone
presented at
could.
budget.
Maybe someone could check it for you, because that would be either a cut, and so you're announcing tonight a
No,
cut.
it'll be announced at budget.
Or it's an increase. So
No, it's part of the budget process and it will be announced at budget.
And just to confirm, on the news gathering, the news bargaining code, the money that has been struck with a Google and now soon to be, fingers crossed, hopefully we haven't jinxed it, deal with Facebook, just confirming that the government will not be
Deducting that from government funding, yes, that's the third time we've said that.
Okay, well, it's just that last estimates it wasn't that clear, so I'm glad it's clearer
crystal
now.
now.
So thank you. Right. Is any of the money that's been promised for children's television under your government, Minister, will any of that be given specifically to the ABC?
I would imagine that there would be significant funding within the ABC's budget that will be announced at budget.
So nothing extra for kids' TV?
I would imagine it will be part of the package announced at budget.
Mr Anderson, if the government simply delivers an overall package and doesn't include the extra that has become important from the enhanced news gathering fund, how many staff will have to quit or be fired or sacked?
Senator, I don't like to speculate on that. As I said, it's a $15 million problem, so it will have an effect on taking $15 million out of the budget will have effect on many things, no matter how you slice it. So, and you know, it is a significant amount of money to us, and we would have to be quite judicious about how we approach that. So I don't just want to blurt out a number because I think that we would need to look at our entire cost base. As I said, I'm not expecting that. I'm not planning for that at the moment. So.
Chair, just checking on how much time I have.
I'm still here, I was just plugging something in. 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Mr Anderson, are there any plans to do something with the space at the ABC offices in Adelaide. Have you got any? There's a huge building there. I'm interested in whether the ABC has considered what to do with all of those empty floors.
Yes, Senator. So we just leased another floor there, which is good news. But there are still some empty floors. I've been in discussion with the South Australian government, so with the Premier and some of his staff, with regard to what we might be able to do that I think would be could be quite exciting, could be quite important, but it would need sort of a funding arrangement that would encourage production there. So we spend, on average, in a pre-COVID way, before disruption of the pandemic, about $95 to $100 million with the independent production sector, which is commissioning production all around the country. So I think there are opportunities there in South Australia with that vacant space. Have no intention of selling that property rather than using it better. Of course, we have a decentralisation plan as part of our 5-year plan, which is looking at if a job disappears in Ultimo, can we make sure that it is replicated somewhere else? That's the first position. Does it need to be replaced in Ultimo, or can it be replaced somewhere else? And with Adelaide has that capacity, then that's certainly something that we're encouraging, along with the work of the state government in South Australia with what they've done for their technology park. I think there is scope for that. So yes, so I have been in discussions about what we can do and how we can better utilise the space that we already have.
And has there been any conversation with federal government about whether if revamping that space and being able to revitalise it would require any support from the federal coffers?
No, Senator, I haven't. So I've just been talking to the state government about that, about what, and that is looking at how many productions we have per annum currently based in South Australia. Aftertaste is one that's returning. But what else?
Is it? It's coming back for a second season, is it?
Right, I've probably just ruined an announcement, but yes, it is coming back sorry for everyone. But yes, it's coming back for a second season.
Showcasing South Australia's great food and wine is fine by me, so, that's good. That's good to hear.
Well, as far as I know, it's coming back anyway, so it should come back. It was good.
Okay, Chair.
Okay, thanks.
I will have lots of other questions, but I'm being fair.
We'll look forward to those. Thank you very much. And off the call to Senator Abetz.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to revisit the Louise Milligan situation that we canvassed last time. And if I recall correctly, your evidence was, and you agreed that on the 7th of June, you advised this committee that journalists, or ABC journalists in their private time using social media were personally responsible and the ABC wasn't responsible. Yet 2 days later, you advised the board something different. Can we explore what happened in that 48-hour period that led you to giving the board advice on the 9th of June, which was different to that which you gave to this committee on the 7th of June?
Yes, Senator, I can talk to that.
Yep.
Okay.
So what occurred in that 48 hours?
Senator, in the context of when I was giving evidence, we were talking with regard to editorially responsible, and a number of times in my testimony I said the ABC is not editorially responsible for people's personal use of social media. We had, at that point, one issue with regard to Ms Milligan, where vicarious liability had become an issue with that individual, and then I had then instigated through my General Counsel to engage external advice as to the next logical question is, does that extend to every other individual of the ABC? If we've got one person who was vicariously legally liable, or we were legally liable for that one person, did that extend to everyone else? So as I
the
said,
draft advice of that was only received, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the record will disclose the draft advice on the 18th of June.
That is correct.
And the final advice even after that. So that doesn't address the difference between the 7th and the 9th of June, because that which you are seeking to rely on now was, in fact, in draft form 9 days later. So we can't rely on that. So what happened in that 48-hour window?
Senator, I'm recounting as my recollection is precisely what happened. So when I'm giving evidence, we are talking about editorial responsibility, and at that stage I did not know whether or not the vicarious liability that was put to me by General Counsel at the end of May extended to all staff. Didn't know that until the 18th of June. So between the 7th of June and the 9th of June, we're presenting to the board, my General Counsel's advising the board that yes, we decided to indemnify Ms Milligan, and because of two issues, one being vicarious liability, the other one, it was intertwined with another matter, which also generated the vicarious liability. And of course the board asked the question that I'd already asked, and that is are we then exposed with regard to liability across all ABC staff? I did not know at that time because I was still receiving the advice that we were getting externally, which, as you point out, arrived
That was
in draft
afterwards,
form.
yeah.
Arrived at the 18th of June. So,
Well,
for which case, then we then took action.
Who came up with this idea that there might be vicarious liability?
My General Counsel advised me of that.
Did she just come out of that of thin air? How did she even think about this issue? Somebody must have brought it to her attention.
I think so. Ms Konobuchi, who was my General Counsel at the time, very experienced lawyer, would have spoken to her team. I'm not sure whether she spoke to anyone externally, but then advised me of the issue that was emerging.
No, who alerted her to this issue? A General Counsel doesn't go into the office one day and think, I'll write an opinion about vicarious liability. It doesn't happen that way, does it? The General Counsel is tapped on the shoulder and told, hey, we might have an issue here. What is your advice? So who alerted General Counsel to the fact that there may be an issue here?
Senator, all I can say is that, as pointed out in my last testimony, we received a concerns notice to the ABC.
No, you didn't. Let's be very clear, and you sought to mislead. Sorry, I withdraw that. You gave evidence that was not as robust as it might have been. The notice was not addressed to the ABC, was it? It was addressed to Ms Milligan, care of the ABC.
Yes, but the ABC physically received the notice, and yes, it was addressed to Ms Milligan. So, of course, we saw it.
Wait a minute. Who received it? Ms Milligan. Surely you don't open the private mail of your employees, do you?
I think it was an email, Senator. I will confirm.
Or even an email that was if it was an email, it would have gone straight to Ms Milligan, would it not? What are you doing going through her email?
I believe, Senator, there is a question on notice, is there not?
Oh, it'd be nice if some of them were answered.
Well, so, of the 51 questions on notice we have from our appearance, we've sent back 25. They've gone back to the department. The process is it goes back to the department.
Let's keep on. Let's not distract. So, where did this notice of concern go to? It went to Ms Milligan, did it not?
It would have eventually gone to Ms Milligan, but
to whom did it go? What do you mean eventually? If it was emailed, was it emailed to Ms Milligan, or was it emailed to David Anderson, Managing Director of the ABC?
Senator, it wasn't emailed to me, but I will respond to you on notice. It is one of the questions on notice that you will get before the 10th of December.
If you know the answer, why can't you volunteer?
I don't have the answer in front of me. I don't know the answer.
I thought you said it was right.
I don't know if it's one of the 20.
Because I think last time round we agreed that it was addressed to Ms Milligan in her private capacity. And is that correct?
That is my recollection.
Right,
that
thank
it was addressed to Louise Milligan, but it came to the ABC.
No, care of the ABC. It'd be like me. Sorry, I don't need your assistance, Senator. It'd be like me receiving a notice of concern, care of Parliament House, and me then saying, right, the taxpayer has to fund this because I got my notice.
That's what government ministers seem to be doing.
As a deputy chair, you're very unruly. Can I?
You bring it out in me, Senator Betts.
Can I invite you to seriously consider that as being a complete obfuscation and something which just does not address the material matter. The ABC was not served, was it? It was Ms Milligan that was served.
Senator, I'm going to have to clarify our notice for you exactly how it came to us. So I will get back to you about
All right. Now, the General Counsel provided advice to you.
Yes.
Were you expecting that advice?
I wasn't expecting to find out that we were vicariously liable.
Were you expecting, all right, were you expecting an advice from the General Counsel in relation to Ms Milligan?
No, I wasn't.
Right.
Not with regard to this matter.
Right. So when you received this advice, it was verbal?
Yes.
Right. Did you say, where on earth did this come from? Why are you talking to me about this? I know nothing about this Ms Milligan matter.
Well, I knew about the concerns notice that was issued with regard to Lamming and Milligan. Of course, we were dealing with another matter at that time that I was talking to the General Counsel about, which was with regard to Mr Porter that involved Ms Milligan. I did not expect to receive the advice that the ABC was legally vicariously liable for this activity. That I did not expect.
Right. We're talking about the Lamming
Yes.
Milligan matter.
Yes.
Yes. I'm not concerned about the detail or content of the advice. Why is it the General Counsel came to you and said whatever she said? How did that come about?
I can't answer that, Senator. I don't know.
Really? So General Counsel just wafts into your office from time to time and says, oh, by the way, I've got some interesting legal advice for you.
I think...
Yeah, please.
Well, Senator, I do think... So when it was first raised that there was an issue with regard to Mr Lamming, that I can recall thinking, and whether or not this conversation happened or not, well, we're not vicariously liable, or we're not liable for that because it is personal use of social media. So I was not expecting advice contrary to that.
Yeah, but what occasioned this advice to come to you? Who started it off? You see, because I've just been told that, in fact, the email went direct to Ms Milligan.
Right. Okay.
Yep. So check that up for me and confirm that that advice is correct. But it then begs the question, how did it come to General Counsel's attention? Given that the undisputed evidence is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Miss Milligan did not seek indemnity from the ABC.
No, she did not.
No.
But
So
the issue, I suspect, Senator, was that in those tweets, those tweets referenced production of a Four Corners episode which was in dispute and proceedings that had already commenced against the ABC. So I suspect that is perhaps why the General Counsel's looking at it.
Yeah, but how did the ABC even know, as an organisation, that Ms Milligan had been served with a notice of concern?
Senator, I'm going to have to respond to your notice with regard to precisely...
Because this is fundamentally material as to how the ABC and why the ABC got itself involved in this. Because the evidence previously has been, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that you were first advised about this on the 22nd of May, is that correct?
I knew about the, as I said, I knew about the fact that concerns notice existed. It was the 22nd of May that I was first contacted by the General Counsel to say that the ABC at that point may have vicarious liability because of the contents of that tweet.
Right. And how did you find out that the notice of concern had been served on Ms Milligan?
I was advised by the General Counsel that had happened.
So on the 22nd of May?
No, somewhere between when that concerns notice was issued, which I believe to be the 5th.
Yes, I think we can be agreed on that.
And the 22nd, I was advised by my General Counsel that this existed.
Sorry, when was that?
Well, I don't know precisely, Senator. I don't know when precisely between the 5th and the 22nd that I was spoken to about it. It was some time ago. I don't know. But I was aware of it because it was raised with me by the General Counsel.
So we still don't know how this sort of materialised?
Senator, I can't I will confirm to your notice what I can. When the General Counsel spoke to me, I don't know. Somewhere between the 5th and the 22nd that alerted me to it. The 22nd was the first time that I knew, well, that I was advised by the General Counsel that we might have some legal liability.
So you were contacted, your evidence is on the 22nd of May.
Yes,
Does somebody have a calendar
it's
here?
the weekend.
Sorry?
Weekend.
Yeah, on a Saturday.
Yep. Over that weekend we spoke.
Why on a Saturday was this matter raised with you, as opposed to Friday afternoon? Why couldn't it wait until Monday morning?
So I think my evidence is that first contacted on the weekend, and I quite often talk to my staff over the weekend, Senator. So it is a 7-day job, and not unusual that I speak to General Counsel over the weekend as well. So we spoke both Saturday and Sunday, and then over the next couple of days with regard to that.
Right, if I may, Chair, I will table. I've just been provided it, I better check. Because it said it private and confidential, not for publication, but it is from Company Giles by email milligan.louise@abc.net.au. That would go straight to Ms Milligan's account, would it not? And I've been told that I can table these, so I will provide that to the Secretariat. So can we then have an explanation, now that we know for sure that went to Ms Milligan's personal ABC account, how did the ABC bureaucracy as a whole get to know about it and get so excited that General Counsel was required to ring you on a Saturday, or tell you on a Saturday, about this possibility?
Senator, again, I knew of the existence of the concerns notice between the 5th and the 22nd.
But you still have no memory who told you?
Well, I believe it was General Counsel at some point has told me that this exists. We would speak daily, Senator.
Yeah, but General Counsel, so we don't know how General Counsel got to know about this?
No, Senator. I don't
You
know.
made no inquiries as to General Counsel, what are you doing, spending your time on this matter, which is clearly a private matter for Ms Milligan?
Well, Senator, I think that's possibly why the General Counsel got in touch with me on the 22nd, is to say that this is an issue for the ABC in that we have vicarious liability here because of the contents of those
Wait a
tweets.
minute. Yeah, once again, your evidence, we have vicarious liability.
Yep.
Potential.
Potential vicarious
Yes,
liability.
be
Yep.
very careful with your wording, Mr
Sorry,
Anderson, because it's the use of language, as you would be aware, that is so important, especially in these matters. So Ms Milligan didn't ask for indemnity.
I don't believe so, no.
So why did General Counsel give you any explanation as to why she then engaged on a frolic of her own to consider vicarious liability when Dr Lamming wasn't seeking ABC and damages, nor was Ms Milligan?
Senator, I hope, consistent with what I said previously, is that advice was because the nature of those tweets involved another matter that was underway at that particular point in time.
This was about a criminal offence of upskirting.
Right, so I am providing my answer with regard to why the ABC would be involved, and that is that there was, one, the crossover between those two issues, between the concerns notice issued by Dr Lamming, as well as the issue that we had running on foot at the moment being sued by Mr Christian Porter. And there was a risk that was put to me by the General Counsel, there was a risk of some point that we could be joined to those proceedings later on if they had proceeded towards trial.
Who by?
The General Counsel.
No, who by? Who would have joined the ABC?
Oh, that opposing counsel could have, or the counsel representing Dr Lamming, could have joined the ABC to those proceedings.
Having not done so in the initial notice of concern, the chances of that happening would be minimal. Would not the ABC be required to be served a separate notice of concern before that activity could have occurred by Dr Laming's counsel?
Senator, I am not. Look, what I could say is that all my conversations with General Counsel legally privileged. I'm not. What I am telling you is that I was advised that this could possibly, had it gone to trial, had it escalated, that there was high risk of us being joined to those proceedings. Hence, the action that I took and the decisions I have made have always been in the interest of the ABC and minimising financial detriment to the ABC.
Given the pockets
Last
of,
question.
All right. Given the pockets of the ABC, $1.1 billion worth, courtesy of the taxpayer each year, do you think that Dr Laming's lawyers did not have the presence of mind to think about the ABC when they issued the notice of concern, that these were deep, rich pockets, a rich seam to get some damages from, but they didn't bother to do so? And I suggest to you, for a pretty obvious reason, because there was no rich seam, because the ABC clearly was not responsible.
Senator, I can't testify as to what Mr Laming's representation would have been thinking at that particular point in time. But I can tell you that subsequent concerns notices rejected the idea of any apology being given, and they wanted the offer of compromise, and I decided to take that offer of compromise, settle the matter, rather than see it escalate.
Well, Dr Laming had joined other media outlets with other aspects of this, but not the ABC, for a pretty obvious reason, because Ms Milligan was on a frolic of her own in private time on her private social media. But I'll come back to it.
Okay, thank you, Senator Abetz. Senator Green, you have the call.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've got some questions for the Minister. Minister, did Senator Bragg's the review put forward through this committee for a Senate inquiry into the ABC and the SBS, did that come as a surprise to the Minister for Communications?
I can't answer that, Senator Green. I can take it on notice, though. I would imagine that you could ask Senator Bragg. He's just sitting directly above you.
Well, I'm asking about what the Minister was aware about, and like it or not, the Chair's not actually sitting behind that table. Do you know if the Minister knew that Senator Bragg was proposing to initiate an inquiry of that kind?
I would imagine that if it was a surprise, which was your last question, then no. But if it wasn't a surprise, which I would take on notice to and endeavour to find out for you, well then, yes.
And do you know if the Minister, well, do you know if Senator Bragg consulted with the Minister for Communications about initiating the Senate inquiry?
Again, it really depends on the question I've taken on notice, the first question that you have asked, so I will take that on notice.
In terms of, there was an article published in the Australian dated the 15th of November 2021, reported that the Prime Minister's office rapped Senator Bragg over the knuckles for going rogue in initiating the inquiry in the first place. Is that true? Is that what happened?
I can't speak on behalf of the Prime Minister, nor can I speak on behalf of Senator Bragg's knuckles, but you could ask Senator Bragg.
Well, I'm asking you, Minister. I know seems like a big joke to you, but I would really like to understand what the government knew or what the Minister knew about this proposed inquiry.
Well, Senator, you're a colleague of Senator Bragg's. You sit on the same committee as him, and you haven't asked him these questions yourself?
I should just say, at this point, it's probably not appropriate for me to answer questions as the chair of the committee. That's probably better if the answers come from the witnesses. So I might invite you to proceed.
That's why I'm asking them. That is why I'm asking the Minister these questions, and I'm actually not here to answer questions either.
Well, I'm not asking you any questions. I'm just suggesting that you could proceed with this very interesting line of questioning.
Minister, do you know when the Minister conveyed any criticism of the inquiry to Senator Bragg or the PMO? When was any issues raised about the inquiry itself?
I can't answer that, Senator Green, but I'll take it on notice.
Could you also take on notice whether that criticism was conveyed before or after the ABC chair issued her statement,
Well,
which was on the 14th of November 2021, just so you've got a reference date there?
I'd have to confirm first whether there was a criticism before I could confirm where the criticism
That's what I'm asking you
Thank
to do, to take that on notice. Just following on from that, did the Minister for Communications contact the Prime Minister at all about the statement from the chair, which was made on the 14th of November? But as you're aware, Minister, in probably preparing for these estimates, I'm sure you understand that there was a statement made by the chair that the inquiry appears to be a blatant attempt to usurp the role of the ABC board and undermine the operational independence of the ABC. And I'm asking whether the Communications Minister contacted the Prime Minister in relation to that statement.
I will take that on notice, Senator Green.
Okay.
I'm glad you got that on the record.
Well, did the Minister, I'm just seeking to understand what actions were taken after that statement was made. You don't seem to have much information. I don't know if you've prepared for this estimates hearing by asking
whether
about
those
that.
conversations occurred in the first place, so it's hard to prepare for questions if you don't, about
but-
conversations that may not have occurred.
With respect, Minister, this
I mean, to be fair, it's not coming out of nowhere. She's referring to...
this is a pretty extraordinary statement, and I'm asking you obviously haven't sought to find out any information about that statement before you came here today.
Well, the inquiry's not going ahead.
No, about the statement that was made by the chair and the response from the Minister for Communications, who you're representing today.
Well, I've taken it on notice.
Right. So just, given you don't have the information, you haven't prepared any information about that, am I right to assume that you don't know what steps were taken by the Prime Minister's office in relation to that statement?
That's probably a question better directed to the PMO.
Mr. Anderson, would you help us out here? Would you please clarify, was the ABC chair in her statement on the 14th of November seeking to assert that somehow the ABC was above scrutiny?
No, Senator, I don't believe that she was in her statement. I think we're acknowledging that we are scrutinised as we should be, but I think the chair was pointing out that it was unnecessary to run that inquiry at the same time that the board was conducting its own review.
Right. Minister, do you know why, given that was the position of the chair, why the Prime Minister sought to sort of put that no one is above scrutiny when responding to that inquiry? That certainly, as the evidence has just been given now, wasn't the purpose of that statement. Why did the Prime Minister go to use those words, no one is above scrutiny?
Again, I think that's probably a question better directed to the Prime Minister rather than to me or to the Minister of Communication.
Well, what do you think, Minister? Do you have a view on this? Why would those words be used?
Well, my personal opinion, Senator Green, is that no publicly funded entity is above scrutiny of the Senate, and there should be no special sets of arrangements for one entity over another.
But do you think that's what the chair was
That's my
insinuating?
opinion. I'm not going to interpret what the chair said.
Right. Just in regards to complaints handling, Minister, on the 17th of November, the chair, Senator Bragg, today gave an interview on ABC with Patricia Karvelas. He said that...
Sorry, what was that date?
Oh, sorry, the 17th of November. It's an interview with Patricia Karvelas on ABC TV. I think it's afternoon briefings, if that assists. He said, I support the ABC's editorial independence, which is established in the ABC's Act and also in the editorial standards, but that is a separate issue to the complaints handling function. Minister, is that correct that the complaints handling function part isn't part and parcel of the ABC's editorial independence?
I think, Senator Green, that the government recognises not just the importance of ABC and its contribution to our national identity and its importance to inform and to entertain all Australians, but the independence of the ABC, as you would well know, is enshrined in legislation, and Parliament has guaranteed that independence. So the ABC is essentially free to make decisions free of political interference.
Right, and that also relates to the complaints handling function.
Well, as a publicly funded entity, it's certainly not above scrutiny. They have to account for themselves here as to how they conduct themselves using taxpayer money.
Well, I'm asking you about the relationship between editorial independence and complaints handling function. The chair of this committee seems to think that the two issues are separate. I'm asking if they are.
It's something I have never turned my mind to, Senator Green, but if I do sit down and muse over it one day, I will discuss it with you. But I would have thought that the independence of the ABC was unquestionable.
I'm not asking you to discuss it. I'm asking you to answer a question in estimates, Minister, and that's your job today.
My understanding is if they have a suitable complaints handling process, then that assumes that it is independent.
Ms Anderson, maybe you can assist us. In the view of the ABC, is complaints handling a separate issue to ABC editorial independence, or is control over complaints handling in fact integral to ABC editorial independence?
Senator, I think so. The ABC's independence is both operational as well as editorial, and I think it's integral to the democracy of this country. So I think that the ABC's independence is broad-reaching over all of our operations, no matter what we're doing, whatever services we provide, and it's the board's job to protect it.
I just intercede. I mean, it's a good question. How does?
Sorry, I do have the call.
I'm the chair of the committee, so I'm just asking you clarify. Sorry,
I'm sure you'll get a chance.
I'm sorry. I'm asking a clarifying question, which I'm entitled to do as the chair, and I allow other senators to do from time to time. So, I guess my question is, how does parliamentary scrutiny of a complaints handling function impact editorial independence?
Senator, as I explained earlier, it's calling the inquiry while the ABC is doing its own review and then delivering the results of that inquiry ahead of the ABC's own review at the same time, seen as being to undermine the independence of the ABC. It was already doing a complaints handling review using someone external to the ABC with a broad remit that would call for public submissions. So for the Senate inquiry to do exactly the same thing, with the difference of having parliamentary privilege, then that was there undermining what the board process was intending to do. So that's how that happens. And I think if it was to call an inquiry, and it's the choice of the Senate committee, and I respect that, after the review, then that would be the committee's decision.
But that doesn't interfere with editorial independence.
To be fair, Senator Green, we have been sharing the time pretty tightly, so I think.
Thank you for your feedback. I'm asking this question, but how does that affect editorial independence?
Well, I think the ABC scrutinised quite a bit, and I think that you're undermining the ABC's independence, as per the chair statement on the 14th of November, by running your inquiry while there is a process going, initiated by the board, to deliver on the same thing at the same time. But for that inquiry to then deliver their results ahead of what the ABC board was looking to do.
I'm not sure we're going to agree. Senator Green?
Yeah, thanks. I just have some questions to not be interrupted again. Can I just ask then, there was some saying to me, Senator Bragg made some statements about the SBS having an independent ombudsman. So can I just double check, Mr. Anderson, do the ABC and the SBS have the same level of editorial independence?
No, I don't believe we do.
And what's the difference then between the SBS and the ABC in terms of editorial independence?
Senator, it's possibly a question best for Mr. Taylor, who's coming up next, but I do believe...
Well, what do you understand it to be?
Well, my understanding is, so under the ABC Act, as well as the PGPA, that we do have statutory independence, which is far-reaching, and I think SBS's independence is slightly different, to be honest. Well, I think there's caveats on it, Senator Abetz, but I think that. But I think there are differences between the ABC and SBS.
Sure. What do you, I know this sounds like a trivial question, but what is the name of your internal review function? Because I understand that SBS has an ombudsman that reports directly to the managing director. What is the name of your, is it just complaints handling? Is there a particular person who is involved in that?
Yeah, so it's Audience and Consumer Affairs that does have a head. There's one head of that department and there are 4 people working to her. They are all involved in complaints handling and they do quite a large number. That, again, I've said before, they are dedicated, hard-working people who take their job very seriously and they do, I think, a great job of investigating. It's the answers that come back don't please everybody. I understand that, whether they're internally when people are found to be in breach or whether it's externally and people have not got the result that they were looking for. But they do this in a very thorough way. So it's Audience and Consumer Affairs. They operationally report into Mr McMurtry. Their reports and what it is they do for both Mr McMurtry and I have absolutely no say in the output or the determination of their investigation, nor do we involve ourselves, and their reports end up going to the board as part of an editorial report every month, or every time the board meets 6 times a year.
Minister, I'm sure, I don't know what you did to prepare for today, but in terms of understanding what's in the ABC Act and the purpose of the ABC, is the ABC there because of a market failure? Is that the purpose of the ABC?
Senator Green, I've got to say I've never even considered what the purpose of the ABC is, other than to provide information, to entertain, and to essentially represent Australia and provide the content that we would expect from a national broadcaster.
Okay.
So you haven't read the ABC Act or the ABC Charter?
I should have read it last night. I know. I didn't get around to it. I was a bit busy. No. But what I can say to you, though,
so you're the Minister representing the Communications Minister at ABC Estimates now for what?
I've also not read the entire corporations law, and I'm also a Treasury Minister.
You've never read the ABC Charter or the ABC Act?
I have never read the entire ABC Act. I've never read the entire corporations law either, and I'm a Treasury Minister.
Okay, do you have a final question? We can
well,
come back to you.
Just seems a bit, particularly around the purpose of the ABC.
That's summarise it for me.
Sorry, order. I'm inviting Senator Green to ask a final question before we...
What an idiot question.
Excuse me?
I think you need to...
You think it's idiotic for me to ask you a question to be prepared for your job? Like, seriously.
Okay, order.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
I just wonder whether the Minister...
Pretty sad.
Hang on, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
I think the Minister needs to withdraw
I
that.
will withdraw it. It was not an idiot question. I'm not sorry. I will withdraw that.
Okay, order. Order, sorry.
Well, don't encourage it, Senator Abetz.
Order. What is your point of order?
I've asked the Minister whether she should withdraw using the word idiot in reference to Senator Green. She has, so that is good.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we invite you to ask a final question or we'll come back to you.
Well, I just wondered if the Minister thinks I'm an idiot for asking whether she's read that.
Yes, hang on. Order. Can we please conduct these hearings in an orderly fashion? What is your point of order, Senator Abetz?
Point of order is that once somebody has apologised for a comment, you cannot then, withdrawn it, you cannot then rely on it again.
Okay.
Oh, look, I think we know why the comment was made.
Thank you. So we'll come back to you Senator Green, unless you have any further final questions. And
I have further questions.
you do?
Yeah, I do.
Yep.
But I'm assuming I'll get the call back.
You will get the call back. You will.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Green. Senator Abetz.
Thank you. Now, continuing on with Ms Milligan, on the 25th of May, you indicated to her, and when I say you, Mr Anderson, indicated to Ms Milligan that the ABC was willing to indemnify her. Is that correct?
Senator, I don't think I did personally. I think I had authorised the General Counsel to go and convey that. So how that was conveyed, I don't know.
So you didn't offer?
I didn't personally offer it, no.
Right. Do you know who personally offered?
No, I don't, Senator. I imagine
You
it's probably the
didn't
General
think it
Counsel.
important to find out? For
No,
these
other
hearings?
than
Well, if you can take that on notice, please, to find out from within the ABC. And then what was Ms Milligan's reaction to being told she was getting an offer of indemnification in circumstances where she had never requested it? It'd be a bit of a bolt out of the blue, a bit like winning Tats Lotto. She'd be exceptionally surprised, would she not?
Senator, I don't know the answer to that question because I was not the one providing the offer, and I'll have to return to your notice.
All right. And was that offer made verbally or in writing?
Again, I don't know, Senator. All I know is the offer was made.
Right. What were the terms of the offer?
And accepted.
What were the terms
Senator,
of the offer?
Well, Senator, with regard to the precise terms of the offer, look, these things are privileged and not something that I believe should be revealed, other than the offer was made.
But why? Yeah.
I understand, Chair, that privilege doesn't actually prevent information being provided to the Senate. We can choose to take it in camera and not publish it, but is that correct or not?
Well, what is the basis?
All of it's got to be public, actually. I think
Sorry?
Yeah, it
Oh, for
estimates.
estimates, of course, yes.
So this is not privileged information in any way. This is internal within the ABC. One official saying to another official, guess what? We might indemnify you. And the terms of that indemnification surely is open to be considered by this committee.
Senator, I will take that on notice and come back to you.
All right, because I would want to know whether the terms of the indemnification meant that the ABC then seized full control of the matter.
Senator, I think I've already taken that on notice. We are coming back to you by the 10th.
But wait a minute, you must know what you authorised the General Counsel to pass on to Ms Milligan. So you don't need to take that on notice, surely. Was the indemnification that the ABC would take control of the proceedings?
Senator, well, yes, to the greatest degree possible. What the terms were that were put to Ms Milligan, I do not know.
Well, was it, for example, that she needs to apologise immediately?
Senator,
because that would diminish the damage to the ABC, should the ABC be vicariously liable, which I dispute, but if that is what occasioned the interest of the ABC in this matter, then surely the ABC would have been laser focused to ensure to limit the damages, and as a result, an apology should have been first cab off the rank. Was that part of the indemnity? And if not, why not?
Senator, I'll get back to you with regard to what was provided as part of the indemnity. I do know that we were seeking and did issue a clarification statement. As I said earlier, it was not as simple as apology and it all went away. That was not the situation that was before us. So that was simply not that simple. It was more complicated than that.
Well, we asked all this at last estimates, or a fair bit of it. Look, was it provided to Ms Milligan in writing, the offer of indemnity?
Senator, you've asked me that question. I don't know. I'll come back on notice.
Jeez. So we don't even know the terms of the... All right. was usually when you indemnify, be it with an insurance company or something like that, they seize control of the matter and you have to do that which the insurance company requires, and you, for want of a better term, or you being the ABC, were in the space of indemnifying like an insurance company. But can you give us an update on the costs? 184,000 was the last figure, and there was a suggestion there might be some more.
Senator, so my information at the moment is that to date we have paid 151,000 of that. We gave an estimate that we think that that cost will rise to 200,000. I still believe that to be the case. I will confirm back.
But we don't have final figures.
I can't give you a final figure as I sit here at the moment, but I will on notice by
All right.
the 10th.
All right, thank you. Now, you indicated to us the General Counsel provided advice to the board on this matter.
Yes, the General Counsel provides advice to the board every board meeting that is there.
And is that a written report?
It is a that was presented verbally to the board.
So normally it's a written report, is that right?
Senator, there is often there is a board document that is a General Counsel,
which includes General Counsel's.
Yes,
Yeah.
but my recollection is that of that board meeting was General Counsel provided a verbal update to the board.
So why was it deemed that urgent that a verbal update be given for, such a small amount that you had full discretion over it of some $200,000? I happen to think it's a large amount, but others have suggested it is not so. But why was it deemed important enough for a verbal account? Why couldn't it have waited for the next board meeting?
Well, Senator, that board meeting was in June. The next board meeting was in August. The General Counsel will give an update of all matters, I think, serious matters in regard to every board meeting. So anything that's on foot, there is a verbal update. There's always a delay
for everyone. All right.
When there is when the papers are issued to which is a week out from the board meeting, there is always something that has evolved.
So in this verbal updating by General Counsel to the board, did General Counsel indicate the judgment of the 8th of June, the day before, in the equity commercial list, the Checkout Proprietary Limited and Caudle Jigsaw Productions, in which I don't know whether it's his or her honour, but the honour, the judge, said, amongst other things, paragraph 38, it is also true that the ABC had expressed, and this is in relation to another matter of course, had expressed no regret for its conduct, let alone offered an apology to the court. At paragraph 41, that is not how any party, let alone a model litigant such as the ABC, should conduct itself. And then at the very end, the honour tells us, and no disrespect by saying the honour, his or her honour said, in the circumstances before me, the court's disapprobation of the ABC's conduct would better be expressed by, guess what, an order for costs. So one, was the ABC board advised of this judgment at that board meeting on the 9th of June?
Senator, I don't recall, but I'll take it on notice and I'll give
Pretty
you...
serious when a judge of the land says that the ABC had not apologised, had not conducted itself how any party, let alone a model litigant such as the ABC, should conduct itself. Didn't excite your interest as managing director? Not worthy of mentioning to the board?
It might have at the time, Senator, but there's been other board meetings since then. I don't recall whether that particular briefing happened on the 9th of June.
Because, well, how much,
I'm aware
how
of
much
the
were the
matter.
costs that were awarded against the ABC pursuant to paragraph 55 of the judgment?
I don't know, Senator. I'll have
Well,
to get
can
back
you
to
take
notice.
that on notice
I will.
for us and
Yes.
find out for us? But, for a while I nearly thought it might be myself or a few others that the ABC behaved like this, but it looks as though there's nearly a culture by the ABC of not being a model litigant, not apologising for its behaviour, even in legal proceedings, and having an independent judicial officer in Justice Stevenson saying that it's not how any party, let alone a model litigant, such as the ABC, should conduct itself. So, were you aware of the case, Mr Anderson?
Was aware of the case, yes.
Right, were you aware of the damning judgment?
Yes, I was.
Right, so what's been done about that?
With regard to the judgment, with regard to how it was perceived that we've conducted ourselves?
Not perceived,
Judged
how
by the-
it was ruled that you had conducted yourself. Language very important, yet again, Mr Anderson. This is a judgment of the I'll get this right, of the Supreme Court, New South Wales. You know, it's not. This is a judgment of a court which, as I understand it, has not been appealed by the ABC, which one therefore suggests you have accepted. So,
Senator, well, I accept the judgment, and look, I can give you a response on notice. I think it related to the provision of documents from memory, but look, I'll reacquaint myself with that and provide you an answer on notice, Senator.
all right, and coming back to Milligan, an apology was not offered, was it?
Senator, so when people want an apology, they usually express it word for word, and it comes with something else. And my understanding is that initially we could not agree to the apology as it was. Also, and again, I'll confirm on notice, it is my memory that concerns notice was defective in that it asked for the deletion of tweets, but it was not specific about what tweets it wanted deleted by Ms Milligan.
Well, deletion of tweets is one thing, apology is what I asked you about.
Yes, well, I don't think that they were mutually exclusive. I think this was part of, you could settle the matter if there were a number of things put to the ABC at that particular, put to Louise Milligan at that particular point in time. So I think at another time we did try to negotiate an apology and it was rejected. And in the end, we settled on the matter, which was the offer of compromise. The tweets were deleted when we were able, and judgment was awarded in favour of Mr Laming.
Well, on this notice of the 5th of May 2021, which you have in front of you...
No, I don't.
Well, I thought the Secretariat had circulated it.
Sorry, don't.
The witnesses should be given a copy as well. My apologies, that didn't occur. I just assumed it would have.
Thank you.
So that is the document, Mr Anderson, which at the, few centimetres down tells us by email milligan.louise@abc.net.au. And then over the page, apology to Andrew Laming MP. And this is what the apology, and that is all I'm talking about, the apology, that was what was being sought, and that was not agreed to, was it? And that is what... my apologies. In photocopying the document, only the front page was copied, not the back page. So look, has my time expired?
Senator,
we
I will
might
take
go
that on
to
notice.
somebody else, and I'll come back to
We
it.
have 1 minute left, so we might
Yeah.
take our break now for the dinner recess, and we will resume in half an hour from now. So the committee will be suspended until 6:35.
Great. That's strange.
Well, that's half an hour,
I
isn't
thought this folder had come to me.
I think,
With all the...
well, I'll try and be generous. I will offer the call to Senator Sheldon. I should just clarify for the record that in an earlier interaction with Senator Hanson-Young, I misspoke. I should not have said that I was misquoted today. I should have said that I made a mistake in speaking. So I'm just wanting to apportion that blame to myself. All the best. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I was going to ask a question to Senator Hume, so That's all right. You get your water, it's absolutely fine. I just want to go to comments on the 23rd of November 2021 by Senator McGrath, who has the top spot, as we know, on the Queensland Senate ticket for the next election for his party. He gave a speech in the Senate chamber where he referred to the chair of the ABC, Ita Buttrose, as arrogant and described her as a first nighter at the opera who sneers at Middle Australia. He said, and I quote, "This ABC who sneers at us is led by an arrogant chair who sees the ABC as a country apart from Australia, and that is quite sad." He went on to further to say, but in conjunction with the first night crowd, the chair of the ABC and her fellow first nighters are at the opera, chinking their champagne glasses, sneering at Middle Australia and at those who believe in a pluralistic, diverse media market. Minister, has the Communications Minister defended Ms Buttrose or repudiated Senator McGrath's comments?
Well, Senator McGrath is not a member of the executive and hasn't represented the views of the government in that statement.
So he's been privately spoken to about it, has he?
I wouldn't know that. I will take it on notice, though.
Minister, just on in 2019, Scott Morrison, the Prime Minister, said Ms Buttrose was an extraordinary Australian and an outstanding candidate as chair of the ABC.
Yes.
So do you still have, yeah, thank you, do you still have confidence in the ABC chair, Minister?
Yes.
So this question about, I appreciate you've taken on notice this question about whether that's been communicated directly to Senator McGrath from the Minister's office. I gather that hasn't been. I did ask about the other minister, but have you spoken to Senator McGrath at all about it?
I wasn't aware of his speech.
Thank you. Do you agree that, in light of what I've just read out, that his remarks were disrespectful of the ABC chair, a female chair appointed by the Prime Minister?
Yes, I think that's what I said in my earlier answer. But it's certainly not the views of the government.
Minister, in the same speech, Senator McGrath said this of the ABC: "The Australian Broadcasting Corporation needs to be reformed to be safe from itself." And he went on to say, "It is time for there to be reform of the ABC. It is time for the recruitment process to be opened up. It is time for their inner city headquarters to be sold and for their staff to be shifted to regional Australia. It's time for there to be a proper review of the charter of the ABC." Went on further to say, "I've written to the Minister for Communications calling for an inquiry into the future of public broadcasting in this country. We need to determine whether there is a need to fund Triple J and all these different TV and radio stations." Mr Hume, Minister, does the Communications Minister share those views?
I have not read the letter from Senator McGrath, and I couldn't answer on behalf of the Communications Minister, but I would imagine if he did share those views, he would have done something about them much earlier. No, I can pretty much guarantee that he does not share those views. That said, no organisation, government entity or otherwise, is above reform.
Just to clarify, was it a speech in the Senate chamber by Senator McGrath? It was a speech in the Senate chamber.
Was it an adjournment speech?
It could have been an adjournment speech, Minister. Yep. Does the Minister for Communications think that there should be a charter review of the ABC?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Does the Minister for Communications think there should be a charter review of the ABC?
Not that I'm aware of. I'll take it on notice, though. I think that the ABC Charter has stood the test of time.
Mr Anderson, would there be an impact on the Australian music scene if Triple J no longer existed?
Yes, absolutely. I think Triple J have been responsible for unearthing a great many artists in our Australian music industry. I think they champion it. They do it very well, and I think they've got a long history of doing that. I might add, the Charter also says that, just on those comments, that it's the responsibility of the corporation as a provider of independent national broadcasting service to provide a balance between broadcasting programs of wide appeal and specialist broadcasting programs. So I think that certainly Triple J fits the bill when it comes to meeting the requirements of the Charter. And I could go on about cultural identity as well. Sorry, Senator.
That's fine. Mr Anderson, do you think there are any Queensland bands or audiences who rely on Triple J to support broadcasting in Australian music?
Sorry, Senator?
I said, do you think that there are any Queensland bands or audiences who rely on Triple J to support and broadcast Australian music?
Oh, yes, Senator, of course. So Triple J is representative of the country. It's a national network that represents artists and musicians from all over the country, including Queensland.
And on November the 2021, 25th of November, Andrew Laming MP called for an ombudsman for the national broadcaster. He said, "We need a public broadcasting ombudsman and an FOI decision not done by the ABC for the ABC." Minister Hume, does the Communications Minister agree with Dr Laming there should be a public broadcasting ombudsman?
I haven't heard that position from Dr Laming before, so that's new to me. I'll have to take that question on notice, but I would imagine that if the Minister for Communications did think that that was the case, then he would have instituted it by now.
Thank you, Minister. Mr Anderson, what might a public broadcasting ombudsman mean in reality?
Well, it depends as to how that is characterised. We already have self-regulation with regard to our complaints handling, which is reflected in other media and other sectors. And then we have ACMA with regard to it being a regulator, which people can go to if they're dissatisfied with how they've been treated or their response from the ABC Audience and Consumer Affairs team.
Would it mean a government-appointed ombudsman would have final say of the ABC content? Would that be something that you'd see?
Well, no, it would be a breach of our statutory independence. I would see it that way, in that that independence is incredibly important. It's important for democracy. It's important to have an independent public broadcaster is important for any well-functioning democracy. So, no, you would not expect that anyone would have say over what we do editorially, but what we do have is obligations that are in legislation with regard to being impartial and accurate, and as per the Charter, which is Section 6 of the Act, as to be able to deliver those services. So those obligations sit upon us. We take them seriously and we do review. And we have our editorial policies as well, which guide us, as well as Australian law. So there are a lot of, if you like, guardrails with regard to what it is we should be doing, and we expect the highest editorial standards anyway from the ABC.
And just if this, you can make some comment about this statement, that a public broadcasting ombudsman, would it undermine, and you've mentioned this, but undermine ABC independence?
It would, yes. Well, it would depend on the powers that was provided to the ombudsman. So, and there are different models all over the world, and within this country, well, SBS have an ombudsman. That ombudsman is part of SBS and reporting into the managing director, whereas elsewhere in the world there are different models where the ombudsman has a different role. So to be able to comment on what would just an ombudsman with a label of ombudsman be is difficult for me to respond to, other than you would not want to see that ombudsman be able to influence the ABC editorially or operationally.
But an ombudsman is only hypothetical, Senator Sheldon, so it's hard to pass comment on what an ombudsman would or wouldn't do.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, in an article in the Australian today, Senator Ben Small was reported to have said a number of extraordinary, highly critical things, if not borderline defamatory statements about the ABC Managing Director, Mr Anderson. Is reported to have said, "A fish rots from the head, so the Managing Director needs to account for his leadership when the organisation is failing so short of any reasonable expectations, falling so short." Went on further to say, whether it be the failures of governance in bringing employees to heel on social media use, and expending public money appropriately, or implementing an editorial complaints process that doesn't involve the ABC marking its own homework. The issues holding the ABC down are serious and appear to percolate from the highest echelons in the organisation. Minister, No one's arguing that the ABC is above scrutiny here, or that the ABC Managing Director is above scrutiny. But they are highly personal attacks and sledges on the Managing Director that simply have not been made out. They are an attempt to smear the Managing Director, and they are baseless. Mr Anderson has attended Senate estimates and provided clear and reasonable explanations to questions about ABC decisions to pay Ms Milligan's legal costs, which was based on legal advice, and how the ABC has enforced its social media policy. Of course, the idea of the ABC marking its own homework is simply a matter of law in Australia under the ABC Act, which gives the ABC editorial independence. Minister, has Minister Fletcher sought to distance himself from Senator Small's comments? Are you aware?
I wasn't aware of Senator Small's comments until you mentioned them just now, Senator Sheldon, so I couldn't tell you whether there's been any correspondence or conversation between Minister Fletcher and Senator Small. But what I can say is the same that I said to you earlier, which is that Senator Small's not a member of the Executive and those views do not represent the views of the government.
Has Minister Fletcher attempted, you say you're not aware then if Minister Fletcher has attempted to talk to Senator Small?
No.
We're here till 8:30. Could you see whether we could get a response to that? It was reported today.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Does Minister Fletcher agree that the comments or yourself like these are calculated to undermine the independence of the ABC?
No, I would imagine that they were unauthorised comments, that the Senator has gone out and said they have his own opinion. They're not the opinion of the Executive. They're not the opinion of the government.
But Minister, do you think that those comments do undermine the
I can't
independence of the
speak
ABC?
to Senator Small's intent.
I'm going to his words.
Yeah, I can't speak to what his intentions were behind those words, but I do know that those words were not representative of what the government thinks or what the Executive thinks.
Well, the question is then the impact of those words. Do you think it has an effect on the independence of the ABC?
No, I think that the ABC's independence is enshrined in its charter, and I think that Mr Anderson is very good at his job, and you've just put up a very solid defence that his mother would be proud of. So I think that speaks for itself.
I've got another train of questions, but I'm fine to move back to you if you...
Okay. Thanks very much, Senator Sheldon. Senator McMahon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Anderson. I just wanted to touch briefly on the complaints handling process and the internal inquiry. Now, I think I heard you earlier say that with your internal inquiry, the public will be able to make submissions. Is that correct?
Yes, so the inquiry is being conducted by John McMillan and Jim Carroll. So John McMillan's former Commonwealth Ombudsman, and Jim Carroll, who's former newsperson from Channel 10 and from SBS. Yes, they have issued an issues paper by which they are calling for public submissions.
And the ABC, isn't Mr Carroll?
Mr Carroll?
Yeah. Didn't he work at the ABC as well?
I don't believe so, no.
What's your current time frame for people being able to submit a complaint to the ABC?
So at the moment it's 6 weeks, I believe. It's a 6 weeks window.
Do you think that 6 weeks is a fair enough time frame for someone to be able to react to something and then, get their evidence together and submit a complaint? Seems
yes,
awfully short.
Yes, Senator, we do. I think there are other examples of other organisations that do have shorter timeframes than what ours is. Maybe Mr McMurtry has those details at hand.
Yes, our 6 weeks is certainly comparable and is better than many of the other broadcasters. Excuse me, SBS and commercial, 6 weeks. And it's also, I'm thinking about the BBC and CBC, it's comparable with their periods as well. And of course, there are always situations where if a complaint comes in outside of that period, Audience and Consumer Affairs will consider it. But yes, the window is 6 weeks.
Okay, can I then put to you a complaint by the former Attorney General of the Northern Territory, John Elfrink, which was put to you outside of the time frame, and reasons for that were explained, and the complaint was dismissed. And it was quite a serious and substantial complaint that resulted in a royal commission. So I will just put that to you and ask, what reasons was this complaint, given its seriousness and the substantial evidence that was produced, why was this not considered? Why was this summarily dismissed?
I need to take that on notice, Senator.
And I'm happy to table the details of the complaint and the ABC responses and Mr Elfrink's responses to that to help you with your providing an answer to that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Senator,
Just before we move on, I can confirm that Senator Small and Minister Fletcher had not spoken before the article was published.
okay, thank you for clarifying that. Senator Hanson-Young, you have the call.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister. I guess my concern is, so they haven't spoken, and why not? Because this is quite a public comment. Senator Small is a member of the government, and with all of the debate that's going on right now, it does reflect on the government and therefore on the minister in relation to his attitude towards the managing director of the ABC. Now, I think
With respect, I disagree. Senator Small is a member of the government, yes, but he doesn't reflect. He's not a member of the executive, and he doesn't reflect the views of the government.
When people vote for Senator Small, aren't they voting for the government?
Well, senators, as you know, Senator Hanson-Young and our party are allowed to express their own opinions.
Okay. Will the minister undertake to speak to Senator Small about how inappropriate that type of personal attack is on a public servant?
I would imagine that Senator Small and Minister Fletcher will speak at some stage, and I would imagine that this issue would come up.
I wanted to go to some of the other comments made by members of the government. Senator McGrath has previously called for, as we've heard already from Senator Sheldon, for Triple J to be privatised. He has also called for a paywall to be put on ABC iView. He's given numerous speeches in the Senate. Sadly, I'm aware of these because I've been in the chamber at the time of some of them. And there is a problem with the way government members are presenting your government's view of the ABC, is there not?
Senator, I think that we're all united in our desire to see the best ABC that it can possibly be. We just might have different ideas about what that might look like.
Do you think there should be a paywall on ABC iView, that the Australian public should have to pay a subscription to access ABC iView?
And that's a decision for the ABC.
Well, what's the government's view on that?
Well, it's a decision for the ABC. The government doesn't have a view.
So you'd be okay with it?
If the ABC decided it was the best thing that they should do for their business model, it's up to the ABC.
So the Morrison government doesn't mind if Australians have to pay a subscription to access ABC iView?
If we imposed a decision one way or the other, Senator Hanson-Young, well then we would be undermining the integrity and the independence of the ABC.
We say that there can't be any ads on the ABC, so why would we say that? Well, surely the government can have a view on this.
This is all hypothetical.
It is.
Well, no, it's not, Senator Abetz, to be fair, because senior members of your government are standing up, spending time in the Senate chamber,
McGrath,
advocating.
Member, right.
Well, he gets paid more than the average backbencher, doesn't he?
I think we should stick to the questions.
Isn't he an office bearer?
No.
Order.
What does he do? Count?
Order.
Is he a
Senator
whip?
Betts.
I don't know what he does
Senator
either,
Hanson-Young.
Senator Abetz, but he causes
Order.
a lot of problems for you.
Order. Senator Abetz, as much as you may like, it is not answering questions this evening. So I invite you to ask questions to the witnesses.
Minister Hume, so just to be clear, you won't confirm or deny whether. Let me put it this way: will your government rule out putting a subscription or a paywall on ABC iView?
Well, it's not in the Charter, it's not in the Act, I assume. Having not read the full Act in the last couple of days. And if the ABC decided that that was the best thing for their business model, well, the government would not undermine its independence and integrity in making that decision. But there is no intention for that to happen. You are simply asking a hypothetical question.
Why is it that Liberal National members are so obsessed with these hypotheticals in relation to the ABC?
Senator, you just asked a hypothetical question.
I'm asking, these are being, you can chuckle whatever you like, but these are proposals being put forward by Liberal National members
Well, Senator,
on the Senate floor, in the Parliament.
Senator, I understand your frustration, except that that's what we all do. We put forward policy ideas and initiatives, and you yourself have put forward many in the chamber that I don't agree with.
Yes, but my party is not in government.
Your party's better than mine.
I think that's not true.
Well, that's a bit cute. I mean, come on.
Yeah, withdraw
that's a
that,
bit cute.
Minister.
An independent ABC doesn't have to be your independent ABC.
Well, yes, but independence is... we've got another member here who wants to set up a process to undermine the independence of the ABC. We've got others who think that the process of complaints isn't good enough, and you've got members frolicking around calling for the taxpayer to have to pay to access their own information.
Senator, they're not members of the executive, and they don't represent the views
It's very
of this
convenient.
government.
Well, maybe that's the slogan at the next election, that none of these people are actually members of the Liberal National Party, so why bother voting for them?
We value the independence of the ABC in the same way that we value independent thought, Senator.
Proceed with questions and answers. Yes.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Just very briefly, I just asked the Senator not to misrepresent what the Minister has just said. Thank you.
So I invite you to proceed with your line of questioning.
Thank you.
And you just try and give the answers from the witnesses after the questions come in.
Minister,
Pretty simple.
so we've touched on some of those comments made by members of your government in relation to the ABC, and personal attacks on the managing director as recently as today. Does the minister have any Does the minister have any concerns in relation to the way government members have spoken about the chair of the ABC and personal attacks in relation to Ms Ita Buttrose?
Well, Senator Hanson-Young, you've met Minister Fletcher before. I think he's one of the most gentlemanly people in this parliament. I would imagine that he would always prefer that his colleagues speak respectfully about each other and about officials in agencies.
Is it reflective of the Liberal Party view that Ita Buttrose be referred to as squealing like a cut cat?
No.
Is it reflective of the Morrison government and its members that Ita Buttrose is a terrible failure and a hopeless failure?
No.
Has the minister reached out to Ms Buttrose at all to, in response to these personal attacks by members of the Liberal Party, to ensure that she understands that these are not appropriate, they're not endorsed by the government?
I would imagine that Ms Buttrose is very clear that they are not views that are endorsed by the Minister for Communications.
What about other members of your government?
And other members of the government. She would know. She's pretty tough.
But the minister hasn't bothered to pick up the phone and say, look, Ms.
I couldn't confirm whether the Minister for Communications speaks to the chair of the ABC on a regular basis or after any particular comment, but I can take that on notice.
do you think this type of disrespectful debate is helpful in relation to this whole conversation?
You're asking me an opinion, which is kind of irrelevant. I personally don't like it when colleagues disparage each other or disparage officials, if you want a personal opinion.
Is this the way the chair of the ABC is spoken about in the party room?
No.
How is this relevant
Is it the way the chair of the ABC is spoken about in cabinet?
No.
So what is it with some of the men in your party and the way they speak about the female chair of the ABC?
Senator, I think that gender is entirely irrelevant here.
Well, the comment,
the male
squealing like a cat,
spoken of.
I'd say is pretty gendered.
No, Senator, I would argue with you on that, but this is not the place for that argument.
Why can't your members just be civil?
Senator, can I object to that, considering the Greens are possibly the least civil party in the chamber?
I wasn't the one calling somebody else an idiot earlier.
Neither was I.
Senator
I said it was an idiot comment. I didn't
I think from time to time you've withdrawn comments as well in the chamber, Senator.
Well, I don't think putting comments to the media as members of Parliament or members of the Liberal Party, personally attacking the chair of the ABC or the managing director
This is debate, not
is appropriate.
questions. That's your opinion.
Well, it debases your own argument, surely.
I think, I might just intercede at this point. I think the way these sessions are supposed to work is you ask the questions and they answer the questions.
Yes.
So proceed with your questions.
Thank you. Minister, will Minister Fletcher ask Senator Small to apologise to the Managing Director of the ABC?
I can't know his intentions, but I will take that on notice.
You repeat that again, Senator Abetz?
Yeah. Sorry, I can't.
Okay? You've got
So-
1 minute left. 2 minutes left, sorry.
So just to be clear in relation to Senator McGrath's proposal that Triple J be privatised, that's not a position of the government?
It's not government policy.
And will Minister Fletcher, has he issued a statement suggesting that, distancing himself from those comments?
It's not government policy. If it was government policy, he would issue a statement to that effect.
That's very convenient, isn't it? That you've got, you can have your members running these lines, attacking the ABC, and the minister can say, oh, not my fault, got nothing to do with me. And it is a culture in this government, isn't it, that no one takes responsibility for anything.
No, I would deny that outright.
It's led from the top, isn't it? Right from the Prime Minister. Doesn't hold a hose.
Oh, Senator Hanson-Young.
Are there any further questions?
You can come back to me. I'm happy to
Okay,
pause.
Senator Abetz.
Thank you. I understand, Mr Anderson, you might now have a document which is the notice to which earlier reference was made, which is 2 pages and with the tweets that were sought to be deleted attached to it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
Senator.
So, can I ask again, did the ABC offer an apology to Dr Laming?
Senator, did we offer an apology? Senator, we tried to negotiate with Dr. Lamming's representation at some point, but I believe that to be, my knowledge of that was after I was briefed of the 22nd to the 25th of May. The apology, this is dated the 5th of May. I was aware of the existence of it, but until I did not engage with my General Counsel on this until I was advised that we were potentially vicariously liable between the 22nd and the 25th.
Yeah, but then when you were seized of the matter, and this comes back to the point, in your role as Managing Director, didn't you say we will only indemnify on the basis that we take full control and we try to minimise our costs and damages as quickly as possible?
Senator, I gave evidence to say that we would, as much as possible, take control of that case. So now, what
do you
was
mean
passed
by as much as possible? You're either seized of the matter and you say to Ms Milligan, we will indemnify you on the basis we take control, or we'll indemnify you and you've got an open chequebook. Which was it?
Well, Senator, I did advise my General Counsel that if we were to indemnify, obviously we needed to bring this to a conclusion as fast as possible. Now, I know that, and I'm just being open and honest with you, that it was not as simple as taking over the entire case. I know that was not possible, so I will come back to you on notice with what was possible. I'll give you on notice. You want to know what the terms were? I'll give you a response on notice with regard to that, because I did not write that.
Why was it not possible to seize the matter and say to Ms Milligan, either we indemnify you and we take control of the matter, as is usually the case, or we will indemnify, but you can keep on deciding whether you're going to apologise or not and run up costs and damages?
Senator, from my perspective with the General Counsel, we were looking to settle the matter as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but in relation to the indemnity, I'm not talking about anything else, the indemnity. What were the terms and conditions of it? Why didn't you seize it as Managing Director and say there's one condition on us indemnify, or the taxpayer indemnifying you, and that is we take control of the matter?
Senator, I took advice from my General Counsel with regard to trying to grab hold of this matter from that moment as much as possible, and I left it to my General Counsel, who'd provided me the advice, to go and do that. Now, I will provide you an answer on notice, Senator.
All right. I just find it impossible to believe that an organisation would seek to indemnify somebody and then not seize control of the matter so that the matter could be settled as quickly as possible. Now, in your earlier evidence, Mr Anderson, I think you indicated that you weren't sure as to what tweets the ABC wanted, the Dr Lamming wanted deleted.
That was my understanding. I can see
they were attached to the notice, weren't they? You've now
I did
got
not
it.
see these tweets attached to this notice. I had not seen that.
I'd
seen this notice.
Were you given the notice?
I was given the notice subsequent to the 22nd to the 25th advice.
Right, and on that occasion, did that notice have attached to it the tweets that are referred to in paragraph 3 of the notice? Yes, they are. They have been. Chair? Yep. Yep. And I think, Mr Anderson, for the record, you do have that in front of you.
I do have it in front of me, Senator,
yes.
yes.
So paragraph 3 of the notice says, in part, at the very end, a copy of the tweets is annexed to this letter. That's clear, isn't it? So
yes.
The tweets that Dr Lamming wanted were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tweets that he wanted to deleted. So you weren't even aware that you were deciding how much money would or wouldn't be paid out on this?
No, I became aware. I don't think it was... my recollection is I don't recall those tweets being attached to this document, but I do recall asking what were the tweets that we were dealing with that made us vicariously liable. And I was sent them, so I did see these 4 tweets and this other one that's at the back.
Right.
What I'm saying is I don't know that this was sent to me attached to this letter.
But you were made aware of them.
I was made aware of them
Well,
subsequently to being
Did you-
vicariously liable.
Did you provide any evidence to this committee suggesting that you weren't aware?
I was, of the tweets, look, I don't know, Senator, but I know that I was aware of the concerns notice between the 5th and the 22nd. I was aware of the concerns
But you
notice.
don't know how or who told you.
No, I think the General Counsel advised me, as I said. I don't remember the particular instance or date, but
we
I'm
still
pretty
don't
sure.
know how General Counsel found out about a private
but I'm pretty sure
email.
that Ms. Carnabucci did advise me that this existed, because she subsequently advised me, as given evidence earlier, that the ABC was potentially vicariously liable for these tweets because of one of the tweets that is intertwined with the other matter that we had on foot at that particular point in time, which involved Mr. Porter.
And so, was any offer made to Dr. Lamming that, apart from that one that may have involved Mr. Porter's case,
Is there any offer made to Dr. I seem to...
could the other four be... Look, you would agree with me that on the first page that has, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tweets, none of them refer to Mr. Porter's case.
Senator, I can't say. I know there was offers made to settle the matter for a lower amount of money, which included deleting the tweets and a statement being made. Now, as to specifically to did it involve any specific tweets or all of them, I can't answer that right now, Senator. I can give it to you on notice. But I know that we did attempt to make an offer to settle the matter before we got to where we got to.
But the assertion that this is somehow an intertwining of the two matters is just a, straw man construct, isn't it?
No, it's legal advice that I received.
Verbal.
Yes.
Yeah, and the person that gave you that legal advice hasn't taken up the opportunity of coming to this committee. That's correct, isn't it?
No, Mrs. Carnabucci resigned from the ABC some 6 months ago.
Yeah. Just
soon after this.
Well,
5 months ago.
You agree to indemnify Ms. Milligan. Was Dr. Lamming advised of that, or his counsel?
Senator, I'm going to have to respond to your notice. I assume so, but I can't confirm that for you.
Well,
until
please take that on notice, because I would have thought, as a model litigant with a sort of huge organisation with a $1.1 billion budget, sort of coming in to a private dispute, if you're a model litigant, it might have been appropriate to publicise that that this notice of concern will now be dealt with by the ABC, and that they were now indemnifying.
Certainly, Senator, I will respond to your notice as to if that happened. I assume it did, and when it did.
Just given, $200,000 potentially out, and you weren't aware of the details of the negotiations, what was on offer, what was being asked for by way of apology, which tweets were being deleted, $200,000 clearly is not a matter that excites your interest to the extent that, I must say, me as a humble taxpayer would have thought appropriate.
Senator, I'm not saying that $200,000 is an insignificant amount of money. And certainly the General Counsel and I spoke many times from that moment on the 22nd to the 25th of May, with regard to that matter in question, as we did with the other matter that it was intertwined with on a regular basis, if not daily basis.
You can keep saying intertwined, but with respect, I reject that assertion, and the evidence clearly doesn't indicate that it was intertwined. Thank you, Chair. Was that the bell? Yep. That was the bell. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Abetz. Now, before I come to you, Senator Pratt, I believe Senator Sheldon has a question.
Yes, Yes, Mr Anderson, we talked about the comments from Senator Small before. Would you like an opportunity to reply to those comments?
Well, Senator, I haven't read the article, so I've only heard what I've heard today. What I would say is I think the ABC has done exceptionally well this year and last year. I think that we're reaching more Australians than we have before. I think that digital news is over half the country is logging on to News Online, with 65 ACTA awards, with 60 awards for high quality journalism. There are many things I can point to that has been quite a successful year for the ABC. The ABC has been there for people to turn to in a time of crisis, and effectively there's been crisis after crisis since we had the bushfires at the beginning of last year. So I do think the ABC is doing well. We're the most trusted media organisation in the country, the most valued on any measure. I think the ABC is doing exceptionally well. So yeah, I don't accept that critique that I heard today, but I haven't read the article, but I will brief myself. I will read it and take a view on that.
Thank you, Mr Anderson.
Thanks, Chair. Senator Pratt, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. In relation to the advisory firm PwC, how much is it being paid by the ABC, please, and by therefore the taxpayer, to investigate underpayments and to undertake a review of buyouts of penalties and overtime for some staff?
Senator, we might have to revert to you on notice because that would be spanning 2 financial years. We do hire PwC for other activities, so we need to come back to you to separate out that particular activity that PwC performed for us over both those financial years.
Are you able to provide us, please, with the terms of reference or guidelines provided to PwC in terms of this review on underpayments and buyout of those underpayments?
So, Senator, do you mean, so you're talking about the current review that we have at the moment with regard to people that are on buyouts? Is that correct?
Well, you can tell me what reviews you've got in relation to buyouts, whether they're future or current.
Yep, it's the only one that we've got going at the moment. So it is examining whether or not people on buyouts are being underpaid, and we are in consultation with regard to that. With regard to the terms of reference, Ms. Klein, do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, so Senator, we do have that question on notice and we will be providing further information. I think if I can sort of summarise for you, so PwC have been engaged to perform an independent recalculation of gross wages relating to those potentially, potentially impacted employees.
So what's the outcome the ABC is seeking from this review?
We want to ensure that people aren't underpaid by being on a buyout. The review is to examine that, and obviously the purpose of the buyout was to ensure that people were paid above what their entitlements were with regard to the employment agreement, and certainly not below, and to certainly provide, if you like, ease of both management as well as expectations of our staff. What I will say is that given recent history, the obligations that we have, particularly with regard to our obligations to the Fair Work Ombudsman, to ensure that people are not underpaid into the future, is to examine the appropriateness of buyouts where they exist, particularly as they refer to our employment agreement. So that's the purpose that we're undertaking at the moment.
So in that context, are you confident that it's not going to undermine their existing paying conditions and that some staff are going to end up with a 25% pay cut as a result of what's decided in this buyout process?
Senator, that's certainly not the intention, but the intention is that people are paid what they are entitled to. That's the intention of certainly the review. This is not an efficiency exercise. This is one of compliance to ensure that people are getting paid properly.
So in that context, does it mean people will be paid, continue to get paid overtime for these underpayments? You're not seeking to remove that recompense for those underpayments? I'm concerned that the effect of this could be a pay cut.
Senator, we're in consultation at the moment, and with both staff and their representation. I think that there are many instances being brought forward to us under that consultation that we need to consider. I think that, again, at the heart of this is what is the employment agreement by which we're operating for these staff, and to make sure that we're abiding by those obligations under the employment agreement. Intention here is not to cut pay of anybody, but to ensure that we are paying people the way that we should. So this is a negotiated employment agreement, and we're operating within it. Do you have any more to add, Ms. Corn?
Can you rule out there being a pay cut?
Well, I think in any situation there are some people that earn overtime some weeks and they don't, and it varies over time. So I think that if you were to suggest that the patterns of work were to continue, that they would be paid appropriate to what their entitlement would be under the employment agreement. But of course that goes to future workforce planning, it goes to a whole bunch of things as to whether people change jobs or not. So there are too many possible scenarios by which to respond to that, Senator, and I say that respectfully, in that what we're finding through consultations, there are many different instances with people at different levels that this applies to.
So what information is PwC using to base its recommendations on, please? Are they using rostered hours rather than actual hours that are accrued by your journalists and others working in pursuit of quality products and outcomes?
So, Senator, for the majority of employees, we do have actual hours recorded in the payroll system. So PwC are referring to actual hours, not rostered hours.
Okay. Is Mr Anderson, along with Ms Buttrose and the ABC board, are you aware of the anxiety that ABC staff are enduring given their concern about the removal of a 25% buyout agreed in negotiations, which would have serious implications for mortgage repayments and superannuation?
Yes, Senator, so very sympathetic to that, and again, certainly engaging in that consultation. I am across it. I have certainly conveyed that to the Chair and the Board. Hence, we've extended this consultation period to ensure that it certainly isn't rushed through. We don't rush to an outcome here, because I can see that there are people quite concerned about this. And I might add, I think the staff have been quite respectful. They understand that we're looking to do this as a compliance measure, not as an efficiency measure, but they are certainly advising us of how disaffected they are and the uncertainty that this provides. So we'll continue to consult and go through this to try to find a solution that meets all of these concerns.
And what's the timeline for your expectation for this being resolved?
Well, the consultation's been extended through to, I think, October of next year, but I think that we're looking to find solutions in advance of that. There are solutions that we need to find now, and Senator, if I can, we break this into two things. One is that we need to ensure that if people are found to be being paid underpaid, and in the vast majority it's a minor amount, that is rectified immediately. The second part of this is what to do going forward, that is through to into next year. And then the third part will be, well, that'll inform what we, when we go to a new negotiation of a new employment agreement, about, what flexibility we have with regard to it. Because, if I can, I think part of the constraint at the moment is the employment agreement that we have and to operate with it. So they're the sort of, if you like, the three things that we're looking at the moment. The first one to be to ensure that people are not being underpaid, and where we've identified certain things. And there is, people have concerns over what was time recorded versus what was rostered. So we're working through some of those concerns. And as I said, there are various issues that are raised through this consultation period.
Thank you. I'm now going to move on to a new topic if I've still got the call, Chair.
You've got a minute and a half, so we can come back to you or you can kick off now.
I'll if you can come back to me, that would be
Come back
great.
to you.
Thank you.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just wanted, Mr Anderson, to start by asking you about salaries at the ABC. I note that there's been a discussion, quite a bit of discussion about Gavin Morris's salary, given he has resigned and you are advertising to fill his position. I was a bit shocked that it was as high as it was. Mr Anderson?
Yes, I'm listening. I'm just
All right.
for my brief, sorry.
So it's, I think, well in excess of $600,000 plus a bonus plus superannuation. Are you able to detail the number of people at the ABC on salaries of more than $200,000, who those people are and what they are paid?
Senator, we abide by the obligations that we have with regard to disclosing the amount of people in those bands. We don't identify them as individuals. They have confidentiality under the terms of their employment. When it comes to the Director of News, I think that salary is below certainly other media organisations, if I take the same like-for-like comparison to it.
So, sorry, just to pull you up on that, what's the basis on which you'll disclose Mr Morris's salary but not other senior members of the ABC?
So we have obligations with regarding identified KMPs, so key management personnel, so that's who we disclose, and then we disclose per band after that.
Well, could
Do you want to
provide
elaborate on that,
the
Ms Klein?
information you can in relation to salaries, including other senior management under circumstances where there's no prohibition contractually on you providing that information to the Senate?
Yes, Senator, to be honest, you're going to get information on the KMPs and the tables that we've got, both for senior executive and other highly paid staff, that goes by band, consistent with our obligations. And what I will say, if I can, is that we've been going through a process of eliminating at-risk payments for high senior executives and certainly highly paid senior executives, where at-risk was a proportion of their remuneration. It was held back of anywhere between 10 and 20% of their agreed and contracted remuneration was withheld pending performance. That's where you'll see it turn up in the bonus column. It is an at-risk payment. And we've been in the process of phasing that out. But we are on delayed payments of those at risk. So you'll see. So for those people, such as Mr Morris, has moved off at-risk payments. We've been through a process of that, but we're on delay when it comes to at-risk payments from the calendar year to financial year.
Apart from yourself and Mr Morris, what other executives have their salaries disclosed?
They're the KMPs. They're on. Ms Klein, do you have the reference in?
Provide that detail and notice, please.
Certainly. Yep.
Thank you. Look, I want to move to your social media policy, and as you know, Mr Anderson, with previous estimates, we've had some robust discussions about your social media policy and the ABC's lack of ability to ask its staff to comply with the policy, and also ABC's personnel not complying with the policy. I just want to table a tweet from Philip Adams. If I could just... On the 25th of November 2021, he says, Barnaby Joyce has the head of a Halloween pumpkin wherein the candle of intelligence barely flickers. On what basis is Mr Adams permitted to make that sort of comment on social media?
Senator, I will look at it on notice, but if I was to, based on what you've just said, we're quite explicit within the policy about certainly not bringing the ABC into disrepute, and on the face of it, I think we need to look closely at that tweet, if you could provide that to me.
Could you also have a look at a reply to Mr Adams' tweet? There's an image of a person with a pumpkin head, other derogatory comments. Mr Anderson, we have discussed the unhinged manner in which so many ABC employees conduct themselves on social media, how is this still happening? I mean, in all honesty, how are you, as a managing director, allowing this to continue to happen? This clearly brings the ABC into disrepute.
Well, Senator, I think that in my estimation, there are less instances, not more, of this happening. I think people, by and large, abide by the requirements and understand the position that we've taken on this and people's obligations with regard to personal use of social media. That's not to say that there isn't the odd indiscretion that otherwise we need to investigate and we consider an employment matter that is potentially requires disciplinary action as a result. But
this is not just one incidental tweet. This is a systemic problem at the ABC, and as I've put to you before, and as I put to you again now, you as the Managing Director are simply not taking this seriously. This is a very well-known radio broadcaster of many years standing at the ABC who talks about the Deputy Prime Minister as someone who has barely any intelligence and looks like a Halloween pumpkin. I mean, it is disgusting.
Senator, this is the first that's been brought to my attention, but I disagree with you in that we're not tackling this. I think what we've done is issued a policy. I think we're tackling it. I think we've made updates, certainly since...
Mr Anderson, I'm sorry, this is an example of the fact that you are not tackling it. This should not be happening at all at the ABC. The fact is that you are not exercising a zero tolerance policy as you should. I mean, this is appalling.
Senator, I have mentioned before, if there are examples like this, to please table them.
But what
we will follow up.
No, it's not up to me to bring it to your attention. It's up to you as the Managing Director to make sure that ABC personnel are conducting themselves in a manner which does not bring the ABC into disrepute, and frankly, in accordance with Section 8, which requires that information is disseminated in a manner which is accurate and impartial. I mean, this is a complete and utter disgrace, Mr Anderson. You have to agree.
Senator, just on a matter of fact,
No,
Section 8 relates to what we have with regard to our own official platforms. And again, personal use of social media is an issue for all organisations, and I know other government departments have their own guidelines, not that dissimilar to ours actually, reminding people of their obligations with regard to their employment.
So why are you failing to do so? Why is this behaviour continuing with your very high-profile ABC employees?
Senator, from time to time, I have to say the vast majority of people, in my estimation, are doing the right thing. I am not employing people and tasking them to monitor people's personal social media accounts. That is not happening. It's a disproportionate response. The response we have is to remind people of their obligations, and to, when they do breach, depending on the severity of the breach, we do follow through with disciplinary action. Now, this is something that is brought in the last 12 months, and I think not only that, we're providing training to people with regard to what their obligations are and why it is damaging for them to do anything that would otherwise be a breach of our social media guidelines and our code of conduct. And look, I see an effect, and I see, we're taking
Mr Anderson, if
action.
I could just ask you, under Section 8 of the ABC Act,
Yes.
one of the duties of the board is to ensure that the functions of the corporation are performed efficiently and with maximum benefit to the people of Australia, and to also maintain the independence and integrity of the corporation. When you look at publications like this, how is this consistent with the board's obligations?
Senator, when people bring the ABC into disrepute with regard to personal use of social media, we do take that seriously. So we provide people procedural fairness and then disciplinary action if necessary.
Can I draw your attention to another post, Anthony Green? If I can table this.
Yeah, you're 1 minute left.
Twitter as well. This relates to your social media code, which requires ABC employees not to include ABC in the Twitter handle. Anthony Green's Twitter handle is @AnthonyGreenABC.
Yeah,
So
our
why has this been permitted to occur with obviously a very high-profile ABC employee?
Again, Senator, look, we have made it clear, and for those examples where people are transgressing, then yes, bring them to our attention and we deal with it. People should not have ABC in their Twitter handle. We've asked that. And certainly we've asked people to identify their personal social media accounts to be views that are theirs and not views of the ABC. So, again, I will look into it, Senator.
Isabel Rowe, what's her role with the ABC?
Isabel Rowe, I want to say journalist, audio from memory, background briefing. I could be, I'm right. How can I help you?
All right, can I just want to table a tweet from Isabel Rowe on the 24th of November 2021, where she retweets someone else making the comment, trending in Australia, liar, liar, shart on fire, referring to the Prime Minister. Can I table that tweet as well?
Senator,
and just
I will
ask
look
on
into
what
those
basis
and-
ABC journalists are retweeting that material.
I will look into those and respond to your notice, Senator.
Does that look to you to be in compliance with your social media code?
Senator, I'll look at it online.
I mean, if you're calling the Prime Minister, which is essentially what this is, saying liar, liar by retweeting it, doesn't that bring the ABC into disrepute?
Sounds very much like it, Senator, but I'll take a look at it for you and respond to your notice.
I've just got a couple more minutes, Chair, if I can.
You're done, so you have to finish up, wind up.
All right, I'll come back to some more questions then, please. Thank you.
How long will it take you? Because we're trying to keep to time tonight, so...
Well, probably I probably need another 5 minutes.
We'll see how we go. Okay, now we are going to keep to time tonight because I think the ABC have been very good. I'm going to be quite strict with the time that we allocate to committee members from here. So I'm now going to go on the rotation back to Senator Hanson-Young, and then to Senator Small, and then to Senator Pratt. And then I'm going to ask a few questions, and then we will come back to you if we have time with anyone else. Okay, so...
I actually understood, sorry, I thought Senator Sheldon was going to go
sorry,
first.
are you happy to... Yeah, you happy to do that?
Then,
Yeah, we've got time.
And then I can come back around.
Okay.
Senator Pratt was going to take it up for.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay, well, I'm conscious that we want to knock this off by 8:30, which we can do if we stick to that timetable. So I'd ask your support for this endeavour. Senator Hanson-Young, it's your rotation.
I think Senator...
Oh, so you want to... Okay, sure. Senator Pratt.
I'm just waiting for something to be brought up, so...
Thank you very much, Chair.
Oh, good.
My household and family waited with bated breath for the new Series 3 of Bluey to drop. So thank you for that. It was much awaited and we're enjoying the new series immensely. How's it going nationally, please?
Oh, Bluey, it is quite often outperforming programs on main channels across all of viewing. So certainly online on ABC iView, millions and millions of views. So it is an outright success for the ABC.
Well, I can quote many of the episodes back to you, which is a good sign of how often my household has watched it.
That's okay. Yeah.
I understand that ABC provides Bluey in Mandarin, as well as audio described for blind and vision impaired audiences. Is that correct?
Sorry, Senator, I didn't. Something about vision impaired audiences. Yes.
Yes, it's been translated into Mandarin and
Yes.
titled for vision impairment.
I believe so. I believe it has. I'll confirm on notice, but for both of those, including audio description, yes.
On budget night, Communications Minister Paul Fletcher put out a media release. It was dated on the 11th of May, and it stated that funding is provided to Australian Children's Television Foundation, which has played a pivotal role in the success of iconic Australian programs such as Round the Twist and more recent productions, including Bluey. Mr Anderson, is that statement in the Minister's release as of budget night correct? Was the Australian Children's Television Foundation involved in the production of Bluey?
Senator, I don't know if I'm going to say yes. It's hard to imagine them that they wouldn't be, but I will confirm that on notice to you. Bluey has had several seasons over several years. We don't own Bluey, so Bluey is an externally co-commissioned production with Ludo, who are based in Brisbane, so it would have external sources of funding to it. Yes.
Well, it's my understanding the original sources of funding as far as government support came from the BBC and the ABC in commissioning the series, not from the Australian Children's Television Foundation. Is that correct?
Well, Senator, if ACTF are involved, then they would be involved from the beginning, but certainly the idea came from Ludo. There is investment from BBC Studios, which is, if you like, their international arm, as well as the ABC, of course. Then you would have other funding inputs, one of them being the offset, no, actually not the offset, but certainly, maybe ACTF. So I'll confirm on notice whether ACTF are an investor. I would think that they were.
Well, it's my understanding that they weren't. The Minister claimed credit for ACTF's decision to fund it. I'm sure they're very supportive of it, but it's my understanding that they didn't fund it. Minister Hume, can I ask what's your awareness of this
Yes,
issue?
you may. So the Australian Children's Television Foundation promotes children's programs, but they didn't fund Bluey.
Yeah, so the Minister's press release as of budget night is incorrect. The ACTF did not give dollar bucks, as the colloquialisms from Bluey that many of us now know. Dollary doos or dollary bucks did not come from the ACTF, they came from the commissioning of the ABC and BBC.
I haven't seen that press release, Senator, but I will confirm that for you.
Thank you. Mr Anderson, the Minister did announce funding for the ACTF, some $35 million since 2020 to boost the development, production, distribution of high quality Australian children's content. How much funding has the ABC secured by the Australian Children's Television Foundation since 2020?
Senator, I'll confirm on notice, but I'm going to go from memory, and that is that I believe that of the 20 million, ACTF have spent approximately 10 million of that, of which there are several programs that are with the ABC that totals about 5 million. So I will confirm that on notice for you.
And so for reference in relation to the question that you've taken on notice in relation to the funding of Bluey, on the 14th of May, I'm surprised you don't know the background to this because I think we touched on it in previous estimates. Amanda Mead highlighted that it was indeed a false claim from the government that the Australian Children's Television Foundation had funded Bluey, but it's good to hear that Minister Hume has acknowledged that that's the case.
Well, I wonder whether we're conflating two issues, Senator Pratt, because the government did allocate an additional $20 million to the Australian Children's Television Foundation, and some of that would have gone to support ABC programs, but potentially not necessarily just Bluey, or not Bluey.
When you get money from the ACTF, is it for specific programs or is it more generalised funding?
Is that a question for me or for Mr Anderson?
Mr Anderson, please.
Oh, well, we've received money that has been tied before, so we've received money specifically for audio description or money specifically for children's or drama previously, but not tied to any one particular program, no. But they're to fund other programs, yes.
Thank you. In terms of following up questions taken on notice, and which ones have been answered, has the government supplied an answer to question number 264, portfolio question number 21, year 21, 501, year 21 to 22 budget estimates for this portfolio?
Senator, the questions on notice aren't due until the 10th of December.
Senator Pratt, are you referring to questions taken from estimates before the last session or the most recent session?
I think I'm referring to one from the session before post-budget, but I'll just seek some clarification of that.
Okay.
It's not the additional estimates, it was the original budget estimates, as I understand it.
Well, if the question is about the most recent session, we haven't received those answers yet.
No, I understand that. I'll seek some clarification on that.
Okay.
In that question, though, Senator McAllister asked in relation to whether Mr Morrison had complained to Ms Buttrose about her conduct. And at the time, Senator Hume, you said you weren't aware of any complaint and that it would be taken on notice if there was such a complaint. Senator Hume, given you're at the middle of this in terms of affirming this, are you now aware whether there was or was not a complaint made?
Well, when the questions on notice are returned, I will make sure you have an answer, Senator Pratt.
Okay.
But it's not within your knowledge now as to whether Prime Minister Morrison made a complaint or not?
Well, I haven't completed my questions on notice for you, Senator Pratt.
Okay. Last question.
Well, this is from June. This is not from the recent estimates. These are the budget estimates, and so the answer to this was due. So I'm seeking an answer to that question, please.
Well, I don't have that question on notice in front of me, Senator. I'm still unaware of any discussions that may have occurred, so I can get back to you on notice.
Well, you've taken this on notice previously, and the answers are overdue because they were on notice from June.
I will take that on notice, the fact that
So I'm
on
seeking
notice
an
questions are
undertaking that
overdue.
you will.
Yeah. It's a fair point.
Well, I guess, Minister Hume, I'm trying to work out whether the Prime Minister is seeking to avoid answering this question because the answer is overdue.
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Are you seeking to avoid answering it, Senator Hume?
No, absolutely not. I haven't been chair of a committee myself, and I know how important it is to get back those questions on notice, those answers to
Okay,
questions
so
on
you're
notice.
happy to ask ensure that Mr Morrison, our Prime Minister...
I will crack the whip behind the team that puts together the answers to questions on notice.
Senator Pratt, your time is...
So we will know whether or not the
Senator
Prime
Pratt.
Minister made a complaint.
Senator Pratt, your
I
time
think if
has...
you could come back with that information this evening via you, Chair,
Senator Pratt...
noting the overdueness of that question.
Senator Pratt, thanks for that additional comment. We will undertake to look into that through the committee and ensure that you get the answer to the question. And I'll now hand the call to Senator Small.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening. On the 26th of October, Mr Anderson, you gave evidence to the committee that, and I quote, "The ABC chooses to align as a model litigant with those obligations. We're not bound by them, but yes, we do act as a model litigant, and in this instance, we were looking to settle the matter and reduce the financial exposure to the ABC, given the liability that I was advised of," end quote. Do you still maintain that's an accurate reflection of the ABC's position?
Yes.
Right. Because on the 23rd of March, told the same committee, in response to a question from Senator Abetz, not me, Senator Abetz, I quote, "You are bound by the model litigant rules." Mr Anderson, I quote, "We are. I have not seen evidence to suggest otherwise." So can you please give us some clarity on which it is? Either you choose to abide by the model litigant obligations or you are bound by them.
So in March, it was my understanding that we were. I was corrected immediately afterwards that I gave that testimony that we were not bound by them, but we do choose to align by them. And I put a correction back to the committee immediately as soon as I was aware of that. I made a clarification back to the committee.
Okay, so the choice lies with the ABC to act as a model litigant. That's very good. With respect to the Ms Milligan's legal matters, in response to a question from me asking, once the decision to indemnify Ms Milligan had been made, did you take control of Ms Milligan's legal representation? And your answer, inclusive of this particular thing, and I quote, says that certainly the ABC was involved from that moment on, end quote. What did you mean that the ABC was involved from that moment on?
Along the lines of the testimony I gave in response to Senator Abetz, in that I was advised at the time by my General Counsel that certainly control was not possible for whatever reason. I think control is a fairly absolute description of it. Mm-hmm. Your question to me was were we in control? I think I would be misleading to say we could take control, because no. So we were involved at as much as possible, bring that matter to a conclusion as fast as possible to minimise potential damage to the ABC.
Okay. So on that exact point, in response to a question from me, where I asked why Ms Milligan did not apologise and therefore inflame the course of proceedings, your response was, and I quote, "There are a number of factors here. When the ABC had indemnified Louise, it was made very clear to us that an apology would not settle the matter." End quote. In response to a question from Senator Abetz, you also said, and I quote, "A substantial clarification was issued. It was made clear to us that an apology would not settle the matter, and an offer of compromise was put forward, which we assessed." End quote. Do you stand by both of those statements?
Yes, there was correspondence that we received subsequent to certainly the 22nd of May. I don't recall exactly when, it's not on my timeline, where it was made quite clear to us by Dr Lamming's representation that they did not want an apology, and what they wanted was, what they put forward was the offer of compromise, which, again, I'll confirm on notice, had three things attached to it: judgment in favour of Dr Lamming, a payment of $79,000 in damages, and the third was that we pay for Dr Lamming's legal fees.
So, Mr Anderson, that's a very confusing position, given that we've seen here tonight the actual concerns notice, which makes clear that deleting the tweets, making an apology and payment of very low costs in the order of $2,000 would have in fact concluded this matter. So somehow we find out now that this blew out with decisions that you have been intimately involved with, to costing the taxpayer potentially $400,000 when we get to the matter of FPT, which we'll get back to. How is that possibly true?
Well, it is true. So as of the 5th of May, when the concerns notice came in, we weren't involved. I was aware. Then by the 22nd to 25th of May, the 22nd is when I got advice from our General Counsel to say, actually, that we believe that the ABC is potentially vicariously liable with regard to the matter, as well as the issue with regard to the fact that one of those tweets involved the other legal matter, which presented a problem to us. So from that moment on, yes, being told that the ABC was vicariously liable, obviously, provided indemnity subsequent to that. That was the advice I got from General Counsel. And then now the distance between the 5th of May, that initial concerns notice that came in, and when we were involved in trying to settle the matter, having provided that indemnity, I can't speak of what transpired in between there, but I know that some of the options put to me by my General Counsel trying to resolve the matter meant that we got a response back that said, no apology, you'll need to accept this offer of compromise. That's
so
my
I expect
recollection.
on notice, please, supporting documentary evidence to that, because isn't the fact that the ABC to date has never said sorry?
Look, a clarification statement was made, but
asking,
no, there was
sorry,
no
it's not a clarifying statement, it is an apology.
There was no strict apology attached to it, no.
Okay, so how do you think that it is congruent with the obligations you choose to uphold as a model litigant not to say sorry when you have blatantly defamed an individual?
It was made quite clear to us in writing that an apology was not wanted.
So, on notice, you are going to provide that to the committee?
Look, I'll talk to my legal team. I would like to provide that to you, yeah. But it's...
So, Mr Anderson, there is in the concerns notice, it's very clear that an apology to Mr Laming, Dr Laming, was being sought. So I don't think that evidence you've just given can stand.
The evidence will stand because I know that we received correspondence that said that our apology was ruled out at a later correspondence to that correspondence.
Okay, so on notice we'll resolve that, I'm sure. The company, I understand, that was representing Ms Milligan was Bird and Bird, or the law firm. Who engaged Bird and Bird?
I'll get back to you on notice, Senator, because of course that happened after the concerns notice, I believe, but before I was advised that we were vicariously liable, that Bird and Bird were involved. So I think they were engaged prior to that.
Okay, and so there was a conscious decision by the ABC to continue their engagement?
I believe so, Senator. I will confirm that on notice for you.
I understand as a significant entity that the ABC should have access to discounted rates. It'd be good to understand on notice whether or not the ABC in fact sought the discounted rates that are available to the Crown as a model litigant.
Yes, Senator, I'll provide that on notice.
Okay, that would be very helpful. If we can also just go through, and I know I'm just trying to be fairly quick tonight because the time's sort of quite tight. In terms of your, or the ABC's discussions with the Auditor-General, how do you, as the Managing Director, reconcile the lack of records surrounding this whole decision to indemnify Louise Milligan and conduct litigation with the view that the the Auditor-General stated to Senate estimates that he was unable to form a view as to the appropriateness of that decision in accordance with Section 37 of the PGPA Act?
Senator, what I can say is that I was provided advice by my General Counsel. I was not provided a document. I was provided advice from her, which I followed, which was between the 22nd and 25th of May. Subsequent to that, the advice that we did get externally is a document, and on notice I am preparing, which is a bit unusual, but I'm preparing extracts from that external legal advice that does confirm the ABC's vicarious liability as described with regard to personal use of social media. And I'll be providing that on notice to you, which is extracts from that external advice, so you have a document that shows the position.
That would be very helpful. Did the Auditor-General interview you personally as the decision maker?
No.
Did he seek such an interview?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Finally, on this point, the Auditor-General stated Senate estimates that you would, I quote, "You would normally have an expectation that people would document the reasons for those decisions. I think it'd be fair to say in the context of agreeing to meet personal costs of an employee, that's something you'd expect to see," end quote. Will this document that you're going to table address that point?
I don't believe so. It will suggest that given these situations that the ABC could be held vicariously liable for this content, depending on the situation, because there's a few. With regard to documenting, look, the Auditor-General didn't interview me. We didn't have a document to present with regard to that decision being made at that particular point in time. That's my understanding of it, which is the advice that was given to me from the 22nd of May.
Was it ever disclosed to Mr Laming that the ABC had I guess, involved itself in the proceedings?
Question I also had from Senator Abetz earlier today, which I will provide on notice to you.
Okay, brilliant. The other thing that I wanted to explore was obviously the question of FBT. I guess, do you have anything further to our exchange at the last estimates to offer with respect to an update there?
No, we did seek advice. We've yet to receive the advice. I do expect that to come in soon, and I expect the ability to be able to confirm on notice to you by the 10th. But I don't have that advice yet.
Okay, brilliant. When, I guess, is it normal to consider the taxation implications of a decision of some magnitude, like before or after, or is there an order of magnitude at which you can delineate the two?
Look, I think that, I go with the advice that I get at the time and make a decision that is in the best interest of the ABC, always. And so the issue of FBT was raised as one that could not be resolved, but the judgment made, that I made, was that to try to minimise potential harm to the ABC. The application of FBT would not have, considered at the time, but did not influence my decision, as it were, with regard to the provision of indemnity and to settle the matter as soon as possible.
Thanks.
But I was aware of the possibility, yes, but I was also aware of the possibility if this thing got further and I was given potential exposure to the ABC, which was quite large.
So, I've just got 2 minutes?
You've got 2 minutes left.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. A final piece then, because I guess these questions really go to the conduct, I guess, in the best interest of the taxpayer. The other thing that I'm particularly focused on, as are other government centres, making the ABC the best that it can be. With respect to the Juanita, a family mystery miniseries, who was ultimately responsible for the airing of that documentary?
Well, there's Director of Entertainment and Specialist, which otherwise is responsible for the content that comes out. It's a non-news area, so there's news and there's entertainment specialists and regional and local. And so ultimately, the decision was made to publish, given all the checks and measures that had happened at that particular point in time, with representations made by one of the people that were interviewed on that program.
So were those checks and balances the same as they are today? I.e., if this production had been brought forward now, it would still be published?
Senator, what we've done since then is, look, there is no doubt that they should have done more digging with regard to one of those participants that was interviewed and the undertakings that they provided as part of that program. There's no doubt that that should have been better. As a result, in Entertainment and Specialist, we've established the position of managing editor to ensure that those checks and balances, measures, and certainly the critique through that process is more rigorous than it has been previously as a result, specifically with regard to that program.
And then final question, in the same light then, and it's very pleasing to hear that changes have been made. What changes have been made with full awareness of this vicarious liability that you now face to, I guess, mean that we don't see a repeat of this whole fiasco? Like, would you effectively be forced to, in your view, make the same decision the next time an ABC journo finds themselves tangled up in a defamation suit?
Well, that was the reason for seeking external advice. So if this happened in one instance, could it happen more broadly? That's the extract that you're going to receive. And then also it came with remediation and what to do, and we've taken those actions to ensure that we don't find ourselves in the same position again to being vicariously liable. Part of that was an email to all staff, making that quite clear. We've updated those personal use of social media guidelines, and we've started to put it explicitly in people's contracts as they're employed. They were the three major remedial actions that we're advised to do. We took them on board, we've done it. We're also providing training to people so that people understand not only their obligations, but the ABC will not protect them if they're legally sued.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Small. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, I wanted to ask about the some of the discourse that's in the public realm right now in relation to vaccinations and, in particular, COVID-19. I understand some of your journalists were attacked or set upon over the weekend. Could you just explain to us what happened there? I understand they were reporting on a bushfire at the time. I think it's important for us to understand what some of these journalists are having to go through right now?
Yeah, well, Senator, some of what our people have experienced over the last six months particularly, 6 to 12, is people who are demonstrating, or those people who would otherwise consider to be anti-vaxxers, have gone from trolling to verbally abusing some of our people in the street, where they're trying to cover something that is happening. That's happened at protests and alike, and to the point of people just going about their job really. And look, it is quite confronting. It's completely unacceptable. Our people are doing a good job. They're just doing their job. They're trying to bring facts and truth to the Australian people, and trying to cover what it is that is happening in our community, and it is vile what is happening to some of our people more regularly, more often, and it is quite concerning. So we're having to change the way we might cover a protest, or change the way we're putting our people in some of these situations. So that's what I've seen happening at the moment. There's certainly strong online abuse that is happening as well, and threats being made. So we take them seriously. We report them to police because when they're of a particularly serious nature.
And obviously the ABC has been a important part of getting the message out to the Australian community about what COVID-19 is, what the government regulations, restrictions, state, federal have been, what the implications are. It's disappointing to hear that people are taking out their disagreement with the government's decisions on journalists at the ABC.
Yeah, well, look, we've seen the rise of... people are turning to the ABC as a source of credible information throughout this period. So we've seen that lift in audience that's come to us, as we have previously, which is important. People should be able to go to the ABC and trust the information that they're receiving from it. So we do see that, and when it comes to people reporting on this, there's some anti-media sentiment that is growing with regard to coverage of it. So you don't just see ABC being attacked for it. You see other media organisations with their people in the street as well, and the fact that is encouraged is sickening to think that might be the case. So it is. At the moment, our people do, I think, extraordinary work doing what they're doing, and they continue to do it. But it is quite concerning that this is increasing. These instances are increasing for us.
Coronacast, as an initiative that the ABC has spearheaded, can you tell us what are the numbers of that? I haven't asked for the last 12 months, and I think we're up to 4 million downloads or something. So I'm just interested to know, in terms of the other side of it, I guess, people proactively accessing the information that is being distributed by the ABC in relation to getting the facts on COVID-19.
I don't have an updated number for you on Coronacast, but it has been quite extraordinary how many people are consuming that on a regular basis. It's a very small team that put that out, but incredibly important information, and now important again with a new variant now that we're all worried about. And it's important that the facts are put forward so that we counter misinformation with both what it's about as well as what we're doing, both federally as well as in every state and territory. So it is. Let's face it, we've all found it difficult to keep up with the information state by state as well as nationally, and to be able to provide a fact base has been an important thing, and people are turning to the ABC to receive that.
During the various state lockdowns, did you send staff home from the office, in the various offices around?
Yeah, so we had a stage system, so much modelling the government, where stage one was everyone out of the building except for those people that could only get their job done by being in the building, and no guests coming in as well, as much as possible. Stage two was allowing a few more guests in and a few other people, and stage three and so on. So we've been moving people both through regional Australia, all 48 of those bureaus, and then every eight state and territory capitals. They've all been moving between stage 1 to stage 3, depending on what was happening in any area.
Mm-hmm. And you know, watching the news, sometimes you see journalists reporting from what looks like their home.
Yeah. No, people have been broadcasting radio from home. We've been, you know, and I think, you know, like every organisation, you've just got to move quickly, solve technical problems, make technical miracles happen to be able to do it. And I have to say that, you know, certainly quite proud of the ABC for the way we've done it. People haven't complained; they've just got on with it. And like everyone else, you are, you know, going through a sustained period by doing it. And, you know, we can see, you know, we are lifting our restrictions about where people are and have been doing that until recent days. We just need to sort of check and assess as to what happens next. But we, as much as possible, want to have people in a hybrid situation or full-time at work. So rather going to, you know, we haven't put the policy out yet, but we'll go with people either being hybrid, part working from home, part being in the office, or full-time in the office, depending on the role.
Maybe this is a question for editorial, but I'm keen to understand, you know, before the references version of this committee, we've had ACMA and Sky News and News Corp in front of us talking about the implications of reports that have, and interviews that have promoted disinformation in relation to COVID-19. We've had Google in front of us. I don't want to go over those stories. We all know what that there has been episodes that have had to be taken down as a result of breaching Google's disinformation. ACMA told us that they were unable to do anything. So using that complaints process was effectively defunct. I'm interested as to how you've handled the publishing of COVID-19 facts and how you've dealt with those incidents where whether an interviewee or someone has actively sought to promote disinformation.
So our general approach has been that we don't invite people who are deliberately spreading misinformation and disinformation about vaccines. But of course there are people who have concerns and have doubts who are not setting out to deliberately spread misinformation and disinformation. And so it's about careful editorial judgment and wherever possible making sure that we have the scientific experts on hand to actually answer their questions and provide the fact base.
So to be able to clarify those elements. I would, it would be helpful, seeing as we are in a, there has been a number of questions and of course debate about the complaints system of complaints handling system, and notwithstanding the fact that you're going through an independent process, it would be helpful, I think, for us as a Senate committee to understand the differences between your complaints process as it is and the process that you go through in relation to commercial media through ACMA, because, as I said, the evidence we've had so far from ACMA is that it's left up to the media company. Okay. So I'm wondering if on notice you could provide a brief to us on the differences between the ABC complaint system from an editorial perspective and that under ACMA.
That would be very,
Thank you.
Very useful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. I just have a few questions about the annual report. How many complaints have been tabled so far in 2021?
Senator, I'm not sure that we have that information on hand at the moment. You mean complaints in calendar year 2021 so far.
The annual reports for the last 2 years said 5,600 in 2019, 6,000 in 2020. So I was just wondering whether or not how you're tracking.
Not sure, Senator. We'll have to get back to you on notice.
Okay. I'm interested if you have a view on why there were several people who are wanting to access privilege, parliamentary privilege, so they could make submissions to the Senate. Do you have any view about why people would want that level of protection?
Senator, no, I don't know, but what I can say is, to my knowledge, no one has ever been sued complaining about or to the ABC. So I have no idea.
Okay. You don't think your heavy use of external lawyers would cause people some concern?
No, Senator, I don't think so. I mean, quite often we're defending ourselves. We're not litigating against other people.
Okay. I'm interested in any efforts the ABC made to frustrate the Senate inquiry. Were any ABC resources deployed to speak to crossbench senators or members of the Labor Party or the opposition during this last week or so about this matter?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, no. So I haven't been involved in anything like that, no.
Okay. So there was no phone calls to crossbench senators urging them to vote in a particular way?
I can answer that on notice, Senator. I didn't.
Okay, you'll take it on notice?
I'll take it on notice.
Yeah, but surely you'd have some sense of some awareness of what your corporate affairs and government affairs people are doing.
Senator, our people, we are talking to parliamentarians all the time, so it on a regular basis. So I have meetings with people as much as possible, as you know, for people of wherever they might sit on the political aisles. I will talk to people regularly. I did not talk to anyone specifically about that in advance. Of course, it's always possible that people are calling us as well. So can't talk to that, Senator.
Okay, and how many people work in your corporate or your government affairs unit?
Well, not many. So there's so Mr. Mark Tapley is our Director of Strategy, and we have somebody who is Head of Corporate Affairs, and that's about it.
Okay. And can you think of any other examples in your time with the ABC where the ABC has urged a Chamber of Parliament to do a particular thing?
Not offhand, Senator. I think not offhand. Look, I can confirm that on notice for you. I think Mr. Spiegelman, when he was chair of the ABC, I can recall some correspondence that he would send that when he was quite concerned about threats to the ABC's independence. But I'll confirm that on notice for you, Senator. But
okay. So, in terms of supplier costs, I think there's a requirement to break down more than 10K worth of expenditure and put it in the annual report. Is that right?
Not sure, Senator.
No, not specifically, Senator. So we break down suppliers, you'll see. It's on page 147 of the annual report. The breakdown there is in line with our reporting requirements.
So what is the obligation?
So the obligation, we follow sort of guidelines around reporting under the PGPA, and we're a Tier 2 disclosure organisation. So basically we follow those sort of format guidelines, and that dictates the way we disclose.
Are you confident that you've disclosed all your external recruitment costs?
So, Senator, we have disclosed, you'll see again, in the supplier expenses, we've disclosed recruitment costs. Sort of they're captured within bundled expenditure, and that's all in line with our requirements.
Okay. And did you use Spencer Stewart or Russell Reynolds or Egon Zender in the past 2 years, or perhaps past 3 years?
Spencer Stewart was used to recruit my role for me.
Yep.
And Russell Reynolds, yes, I've used Russell Reynolds for recruitment more recently of our Chief People Officer.
And are you confident that the payments made to those organisations have all been captured in accordance with your obligations?
Yes, absolutely.
You are confident?
Yes.
Can you check that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thanks. Finally, I just want to ask you about your external legal. So 219, 6.8, 2027. How much have you spent so far this year?
Senator, I'm going to have to get back to you on notice with regard to that.
Have you got a sense of it? Do you think it's more?
Senator, it's about what's incurred and what is billed. So I think year to date, I think we're on external expenses. Look, I'll get back to you on notice, Senator. It depends on what we've had paid. I'll need to get back to you.
Okay, that'd be good. Okay, now we have 10 minutes left, so I'm just checking. So I've promised 5 minutes to Senator Henderson, but I just wanted to check, just for fairness, does anyone else have anything else?
I have one short question.
You've got more?
Yeah, probably just a couple of questions, but I appreciate that
we've got 11 minutes left, so I'm going to give...
We go to Senator Henderson first.
I'm going to give you 5, and then we'll see if we have anything left, and then we can let you go at 8:30, as promised.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Anderson, you're advertising for a Head of Business Affairs at the ABC, reporting to the Head of Content Business, Georgina Waite. Is this a newly created role?
Well, the Head of Business Affairs was Georgina Waite. Georgina's been elevated into a broader position, and this is backfilling behind her.
And so that means there'll be a new in-house lawyer?
Yep, so Business Affairs team is not captured within our legal team, so Business Affairs sits separate to that. That sits within Entertainment and Specialists.
And so how many in-house lawyers does that bring to at the ABC?
I'll get back to you, Senator, but there are 11 people in Business Affairs. Not all of them are lawyers, but I will get back to you.
No, but in terms of your lawyers at the ABC, in-house lawyers?
Well, normally we would have about 28 lawyers that sit in ABC Legal, and if you add in another 8, and again, it depends, we have vacancies that we're filling at the moment. So that takes it to 36. There are other people who are lawyers throughout the business that will be practising lawyers, but they have another job they just also happen to be a lawyer. So, but those people are in roles that would, certainly the people that are in legal, the 28, are in roles that you would expect someone to be a lawyer to be fulfilling. When it comes to business affairs, again, not all of them are lawyers, and anything that is contracted by the ABC legal department.
So you've got 36 lawyers in total now, is that right?
Well, I'm estimating, but yes. I mean, I haven't looked as to the makeup of those teams, but those people who are in business affairs, they are negotiating terms of the commissions, if you like, that we've got within Entertainment and Specialists, and there's a lot of external co-commissions as well as internal commissions as well.
I just want to move quickly to ABC Fact Check. So that's a part of the ABC. I think you have a relationship with RMIT to determine the accuracy of claims by politicians, public figures, advocacy groups and institutions engaged in public debate. So this is obviously a part of the ABC which is very necessary to be objective and very careful in terms of the impartiality of the operations of ABC Fact Check.
Senator, ABC RMIT Fact Check is separate to the ABC in that I think we employ one person that sits as part of that in RMIT Fact Check. Craig?
Okay, so you'd expect that any involvement by the ABC would be by someone who was impartial, because the ABC Fact Check obviously has a very distinct role.
Well, look, it does carry the ABC brand next to RMIT, even though those people work for RMIT and not necessarily for the ABC. But yes, they must abide by our editorial policies.
So, Mr. Skelton, is he the ABC representative with
No.
ABC?
So he is not employed by the ABC, he's employed by RMIT, but my understanding is he does head up that fact check unit.
So wouldn't you expect him to be impartial and accurate in
Certainly in
all of his, all the publication of all of his statements?
If there's a publication, certainly it's carried by the ABC, then yes, absolutely.
Because there is, I just want to draw your attention to another tweet in response to Mr. Tim Wilson MP. He's talking about Labor's retiree tax, and Mr. Skelton says, so the coalition still believes in giving tax returns to people who don't pay tax. Good to know. So he's obviously making quite an attacking, partial comment about Mr. Wilson under circumstances where he runs ABC Fact Check. Is that appropriate?
Senator, so Mr. Skelton is not an ABC employee.
But he's running the ABC branded fact check.
I hear you, yes.
Yep.
And if you provide that to me, I'll look into it. It is something I'll need to look at and provide to you on notice with regard to that.
But he is...
What I can say, he's not an employee of the ABC, but yes, he is heading up RMIT Fact Check, which does carry the ABC branding with it.
Yeah.
And yes, I would expect that he would abide by not bringing the ABC into disrepute. That would be my expectation.
All right, well, if you could take that on notice and have a look at that tweet, which is obviously quite concerning. One more quick issue before very quickly. In the last couple of weeks, the ABC made a decision to cut regional Victorian radio services. I'm not sure whether you've canvassed this earlier in estimates.
Haven't, no.
As a Victorian regional senator, I was very disappointed by that decision. What's the basis on which that decision was made, and can this be reversed?
Senator, I can provide you information on notice. I'll say that up front, but I will talk to you about it. So at the moment, this is with regard to our mornings programs. We do not have alignment across all of our 8 regional bureaus in Victoria with regard to when mornings is on and when breakfast is on. This does bring that into alignment. Right now, prior to COVID, there were 4 bureaus supplying the mornings program to all 8 bureaus. During COVID, more recently, there's been 2 bureaus providing the mornings program to all 8. The feedback that we've received is that what it allows people to do in those other bureaus is otherwise go out and file stories that become part of what is more of a statewide program. So this is not a cost cutting. No one's losing their job over it. What we're doing is going to one bureau providing all 8.
But you're cutting local programming, and local programming in the country is particularly important.
We think we're making...
Last question.
But we think we're making this better in that people are now filing something, reports and stories that are there for online, so a bigger audience, that they're part of more of a statewide mornings program where people can hear what's going on around the state from people who are still reporting from those regions. So to free them up to be able to go out and do those stories is, we think, better than having what we had previously with them being on air. So they're still there, they're still filing stories, but they're stories that will have greater impact because they'll travel further, particularly because they're online, but also they can file for what is a statewide mornings program. And, you know, in our estimation, there are more stories that travel further as a result of that. So that's the reasoning behind it. We are trialling it for next year. So with regard to seeing that happen, from going from the 2 bureaus to the 1 bureau. So from memory, it's going from, and I might get this wrong, confirm on notice, from Wodonga and Ballarat that I think are broadcasting 2 into 8 to 1 broadcast coming from Sales. So it's still coming from a regional bureau in Victoria.
So
thank you very much for that expansive
answer.
answer. We've got 3 minutes left, so 1.5 minutes to Senator Hanson-Young and 1.5 minutes to Senator Sheldon.
All right. My question, Mr. Anderson, is can we really replace Fran Kelly?
No, it's very hard to replace Fran Kelly, but she's been there for 17 years and she
I
wants
think
a break.
given you're here tonight and the role that Fran has played in this building, I think it's appropriate for us to acknowledge that. And she's put many of us under hard questioning before. She'd be pretty formidable, I would imagine, on this side of the table in Senate estimates. I just want to express my gratitude to the professionalism that she's always carried.
No, thank you. No, Fran is quite special and has a great following. I do think that Patricia Carvelis will do a great job of RM Breakfast. That was announced today. Fran stays with the ABC, and I can't talk about what's coming next, but Fran's going to take
Well, that was going to be my next question. Do we know what's happening with the afternoon drive program?
We will make an announcement about that. That'll be coming, but yeah, we will be keeping the RN Drive program.
Okay.
Senator, there is one thing that I took away before the break that I if I can, to clarify, and that is there absolutely will be a second series of aftertaste. I can confirm that.
Okay. You heard it here. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Sheldon, to take us home.
Good, thanks. Mr Anderson, I understand the ABC CIO recently was awarded for innovation. For the benefit of the committee, would you just please can you just describe what the award was for and just flip it over?
Certainly, Senator. So Ms Clifton was awarded, was named as one of the top 3 CDIOs in the country, and really awarded for innovation. And innovation with regard to advances that we've made in technology that are quite visible to the audience, as well as certainly behind the scenes with the ABC. Helen has also chaired Freeview. She is also chairing Media Hub, which is out at Ingleburn, which is really looking at innovation with regard to their business proposition as well. So Helen has done an extraordinary job and should be honoured to be named in the top 3 CDIOs.
Okay, fantastic. Well, good. Well, it's 8:30 on the dot, so we thank you very much for sticking with us for the past few hours, and we wish you well, and the committee will now suspend for 15 minutes to allow Hansard and everyone else to have a cookie. So we're suspended until 8:45.
Thank you, Chair.
And I assume you haven't got an opening statement?
No, Chair.
That's much appreciated this late stage. So I have just seeing if Senator Pratt has some questions.
I do, thank you, Chair.
Okay, you have the call. You have the call.
So, thank you, Chair. Minister and Mr Windeyer, on the 22nd of September this year, there was an article by Zoe Zamias in the Sydney Morning Herald, and it reported that Facebook snubs SBS, the conversation on media deals. The article said, social media giant Facebook has shot down requests to negotiate content deals with multicultural broadcaster SBS. At estimates in October, both the SBS and the department confirmed that this was in fact the case. That was true. Managing Director of SBS confirmed that SBS and Facebook had not even made it yet to the negotiating table. Has the Minister yet contacted Facebook or met with Facebook to ask why Facebook refuses to do a deal with SBS?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Well, can you update us in any way, Minister, on this issue?
No, I'll have to take it on notice.
Perhaps SBS can advise whether they've spoken to the Minister and whether they have, Minister Fletcher's done any advocacy in this regard.
Senator, we briefed the Minister Fletcher on the 17th of August of this year and made him aware of the circumstances.
And has the Minister been back in touch with you with regards to this matter?
No, Senator, I don't believe so. I think the government's obviously aware of the issue and have indicated that there's a review process being undertaken, I think, in March of next year around the particular piece of legislation around the news media bargaining arrangements.
If I may,
Mr Taylor, what have you been advised?
Through you, Chair, just for Senator Pratt, I should remind Senator Pratt that designation is actually the responsibility of the Treasurer, not the Minister for Communications.
Okay. Has the Treasurer, have you also met the Treasurer with regards to this issue?
Sorry, Senator Pratt, who's that?
Either Minister Fletcher or the Treasurer?
Sorry, Senator Pratt, are you directing that question to me or to Mr Taylor?
To whomever might know the answer.
Well, I understand the Treasurer is aware of the circumstances, Senator. I'm unclear as to what steps the Treasurer has taken.
Okay. Has the Treasurer updated you on this issue in any way yet?
No, Senator.
Or his office?
No, Senator.
Mr Taylor, can I ask you what your understanding is of the issue behind why Facebook refuses to do a deal with SBS? What has been their explanation or reason given to you?
Well, Senator, Facebook have not provided us with clarity as to their rationale for not entering into an arrangement with us. This is obviously of concern to us as not only a public broadcaster, but a public broadcaster that are particularly focused on serving multilingual, multicultural Australians, indeed including First Nation Australians. So we've attempted to elicit a response from Facebook about their rationale for not being willing to negotiate with us. I think it's fair to say we're still a little in the dark as to their rationale, but we eagerly anticipate an approach from them and would be very desirous of a constructive negotiation.
Absolutely, I would support that too. Has the government attempted to support you in eliciting a response from Facebook thus far?
I'm not sure I can provide much more information than my previous testimony, Senator.
Okay. Perhaps I'll ask the department. Has the department contacted Facebook or met with Facebook?
Mr Windier is approaching the table.
Senator Richard Windier, Deputy Secretary from the Department. We have a number of interactions with Facebook, but I would have to take on notice to confirm when the last time we specifically talked to Facebook on this issue was.
Okay. What can you tell us about the department's communications with Facebook on this issue thus far?
Well, Senator, I think I haven't personally had any recent meetings with Facebook. I'd have to take on notice to check what interactions the department has had with Facebook on this particular issue. I know there have been a number of interactions with Facebook, but they're about a variety of matters. So I'm very happy to take it on notice, but I don't have an answer for you
Surely
here.
this issue is important enough for you to know whether the department's advocated on SBS's behalf in relation to this issue?
Well, Senator, I think the issue has been raised between us and Facebook, but I just can't give you any more detail off the top of my head here. I'm sorry, and further officials aren't available because the department has.
Are you going into bat for them?
Senator, I think I said actually the last estimates hearing that obviously more deals facilitated by the News Media Bargaining Code would be welcome.
So let me be more specific. Mr Windier, at the last estimates in October, you stated that the department had briefed the minister on what the situation is and what some of the options are. Are you able to advise, please, on what those options are for dealing with this important situation?
Well, Senator, I think as I indicated last time, the options from the government side rest on, the option for the government remains for the Treasurer to designate platforms under the provisions of the code, and that is a step or something that we have certainly briefed Minister Fletcher on, and at the moment that is an option that a step that hasn't been taken, but that's the key option available in terms of the government. under the regulatory framework that's been established.
Yes, and it was purported that the threat of doing that has brought Facebook to the table for some broadcasters and news content providers, but not yet for SBS. Do you have any understanding as to why perhaps Facebook is waiting for you to designate them?
But Senator, I don't have any knowledge as to what Facebook is thinking around this matter, and I'm not aware that I certainly haven't thought about whether they're waiting to be designated.
Mr. Taylor, do you have anything to add that can shed light on this situation? Are you prepared? Have you done all your due diligence at your end in terms of being ready to be designated?
Well, Senator, designation is a matter for government. All I can tell you is that we have quality content which has been consumed by more Australians than ever before. Many of our audiences consume content on social media platforms. By design, social media platforms are desirous to keep people within a social media environment, and therefore, whilst ever our content is being consumed on those platforms, we think it would be appropriate for SBS to be compensated for that content. We'd be very happy to engage in conversations with Facebook. We've made ourselves readily available to engage in those conversations, and I remain ready, able and willing to meet with anyone from Facebook who'd like to assist us in understanding how we can continue to provide value to their platform, a platform which is still utilising our content, just not paying for it.
That's absolutely of concern. Have you updated yourself as to how, or have you been precluded because of the commercial contracts in terms of how designation is, well, not designation, but Facebook, because of the threat of designation, has started to negotiate and have you got a good understanding of how that's operating for them, or have you also been precluded from that?
Sorry, Senator, would you mind asking the question again?
So Facebook has made deals with other media outlets and organisations. Are you aware of how that's going for them, or have you been precluded from properly understanding that under commercial agreements, etc.?
Senator, I imagine I know what you do based on what I've read in the press. I mean, I imagine these deals are all commercial in confidence, and I hear great progress being made by a number of organisations, less great progress by others. And, I'm just interested in ensuring that fair value is being prescribed and ascribed to SBS content when it's being consumed on social platforms, including Facebook.
Senator Pratt, I might ask.
Absolutely.
Senator Pratt, I might ask just a couple of questions and then come back to you, if that's okay. Great.
I'll just ask one more, because then I think I can move on to other topics.
Okay.
And I'll ask
Go ahead.
to you, Minister. The Morrison government talked a big game on taking digital platforms to task in relation to upholding their revenue rights. What is it doing in relation to SBS, one of our key national broadcasters, in terms of getting a fair deal from Facebook?
Well, I think that the task continues, Senator Pratt.
I just wanted to ask you how many complaints SBS had in the last year? Maybe you could tell me how many you had in 2019, 2020 and this year. I asked ABC the same question.
So Chair, we receive approximately, I'll give it to you, the year ending October, we received about 48,000 pieces of audience feedback. They are not all complaints, I'm pleased to say. We get some compliments in there as well. Of those, a portion are what we consider to be code complaints. So they are complaints which are addressed under our code of practice. It's worth noting that we recently updated our codes of practice and put new codes into effect from July 1. well, I think we've got the most contemporary set of codes in the country. In fact, as I understand it, the only broadcaster locally that has expanded the coverage of the codes beyond the mandate of the BSA to cover our digital platforms as well. And to get to your question, Senator, we processed in the 2021 year 226 formal code complaints.
226. Mm-hmm. Okay, and how many of those were addressed to a reasonable level of satisfaction, do you think?
Well, I think they were all addressed to a reasonable level of satisfaction. I can give you some stats on breach rates if that helps.
Yes.
You know, I know that the terms of reference to the review that's not occurring mentioned a series of attributes that there was a desire for processes in this space to be accessible, responsive, efficient, accountable and fit for purpose. I would argue that our processes are. Our overall, audience complaints processes have been subject to not one but two internal audits. There was some purview by the ANAO over the role of our Ombudsman's office a couple of years ago when we had a governance review. The breach rate in 2021 was 35%. I think that's a demonstration of a system that works. It's worth noting that a large chunk of those breaches related to one SBS World News item. But going back, our breach rates have been in the order of about 15 to 16%, and I think that shows that the system works and that we're willing to accept when we've got things wrong, learn from them and move forward.
Okay. Who appoints the Ombudsman?
Well, the Ombudsman works for the Managing Director.
Okay.
So technically it's my decision. It's the sort of role that I'd probably involve probably a couple other board members should I need to replace the Ombudsman. The existing Ombudsman has been in place since 2007.
Okay. And does the Ombudsman make judgments about audience feedback with reference to you, or do those responses go directly back to the individual?
No, so audience feedback comes in. We have a digital platform that facilitates that, Zendesk. Audience members can identify feedback as a code complaint. Sometimes audience members misidentify and we will recategorise them as code complaints when we believe they're a legitimate complaint under our code. Those complaints are dealt with by our Ombudsman independently. When I say independently, no involvement directly from me.
Yep.
And they have the authority to make internally binding findings on content areas. Okay.
Can I get you just to provide some information or notice about how that works at the SBS and any advice you have on, and any views you have on that matter that you think could be of wider usage or broader interest? Okay, that's good. Now, unless Senator Pratt has any further questions.
I do, thank you.
You do?
Chair.
Okay, well, back to you, Senator Pratt.
New topic.
And then I think that should be it for you, SBS. So, Senator Pratt, you have the call.
In October, Mr. Windy, you took on the question of whether APS social media guidelines applied to statutory office holders in the communications portfolio. Are you now able to answer this question? Is the department still at the table?
Yeah, that can come back. But do you have questions for SBS or the department, or both?
Yes.
Okay.
But this topic relates to both.
Senator, thank you.
Yes.
We're preparing an answer on notice, which I don't have to hand, and we haven't yet submitted it because I don't think we've hit that point yet. So I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer for you here, but we will have an answer on notice.
Is it within your own general knowledge of whether it's the preparation of that answer as to whether it does or doesn't?
Sorry, Senator, I think from memory.
I appreciate the question's been taken on notice, but I'm asking you now if in researching that question as to whether you know the answer to it now.
Senator, I think
whether there was a breach or not.
Senator, I think what I can say is that the guidelines, as I understand it, apply really to APS agencies. So as such, they wouldn't apply to SBS. But I think there were a number of dimensions to the question asked last time, which we have taken on notice, which we will certainly have an answer for.
Thank you. Mr Taylor, if I may ask you, I believe SBS has confirmed already that the tweet in question by Mr Mundine would breach the SBS social media guidelines, is that correct?
Well, our code of conduct and our social media protocol, Senator, yes.
Minister Hume, may I ask you, we have an SBS board member whose tweets have breached the SBS social media policy, and yet Mr Mundine remains on the board. May I ask the government for a reason why he should not be removed from the board for breaching the SBS social media policy?
I'm not familiar with that tweet, Senator Pratt, so I'll take the question on notice.
Well,
Bless you.
I don't necessarily know that you need to be familiar with the breach. SBS has already said it breaches their social media guidelines.
I think the
Should there,
question's been taken on
what
notice.
process have you gone through I'm asking a general question in relation to what action government believes should be taken when the SBS social media guideline is breached by a board member.
My understanding, Senator, is that Mr Mundine has been reminded of his obligations and he's since deleted that tweet.
Minister, would it concern the Minister to see repeated pro-government posts on social media by board members of the SBS?
If
or
it breached the SBS Code of Conduct, yes, it would.
pro-opposition posts on social media by ABC or SBS?
Sorry, if it breached the Code of Conduct, then yes, of course.
On the 1st of September, Shadow Minister Rowland wrote to Minister Fletcher about a highly inappropriate tweet by Mr Mundine, which you've acknowledged has since been deleted, and I won't repeat it here. But can I ask, has Minister Fletcher responded?
I don't know. I have to
Shadow
take that on
Minister
notice,
Rowland
Senator.
Fletcher.
I don't know. I haven't seen that correspondence, Senator Pratt. I'll take it on notice.
What, if anything, has the Minister done in relation to the inappropriate Twitter post by Mr Mundine?
Well, I think I answered that. He's been reminded of his obligations and has since deleted that tweet.
Okay, was it SBS that reminded him of his obligations, or was it the Minister and the government?
I can't answer that. I will take that on notice, unless Mr Taylor can.
I can certainly speak to
You don't
SBS.
hear Mr. Taylor?
SBS certainly reminded Mr Mundine of his obligations. I can't speak to the government's actions.
Thank you. And has Mr Mundine undertaken to adhere to his obligations now?
Well, I think in the action of deleting the tweet, apologising, I think Mr Mundine understands the inconsistency between that behaviour and his obligations on the board. Our board charter also stipulates that that the board members should behave in a way which is consistent with our policies, including the Code of Conduct. So I hope this was a salient opportunity for learning.
All right. Any others?
Thank you. I've got another topic here, Chair, but I can come back to that.
No, we're just here for your
Okay.
your scrutiny of the SBS.
Mr Taylor, could you please advise the committee about how the SBS Independent Ombudsman works in relation to complaint handling?
I think I just asked that question and there was detailed answers
You did.
provided.
And I note that section 6.2 of the SBS Code of Practice states that the SBS reports to the Managing Director. Is the Ombudsman completely separate and independent from the SBS? I gather not, given what we've already been through. Who appoints the Ombudsman? Is it the Minister, Government or the SBS?
The SBS.
So, Mr Taylor, in clarifying, do both the ABC and SBS have editorial independence? Is it the same level of editorial independence? Does SBS have any caveats on its editorial independence?
No. So, to expand a little, Senator, there are certain circumstances in which the Minister is able to provide directions to SBS, but one of those circumstances is not in connection to content or content scheduling or programming. And there are a series of prescribed steps that the Minister would have to go through to provide an operational direction. It's worth noting in my time at SBS, 9 years, I'm not aware of any Minister having gone through those steps. But no, we have editorial independence in much the same way that the ABC does.
And what about the context of its hybrid funding by commercial revenue? What impact does that have?
On our editorial independence? None.
None, but I'm interested in your take on that.
No, I think editorial independence is fundamental to our role as a public broadcaster. It's something that we treat very seriously, and it's independent of all forces, including commercial forces.
Just very briefly, some other topics. For the benefit of the committee, please tell us a bit about the new series outline and the strategy and creative for New Gold Mountain. Why did SBS commission and produce this series? What are you seeking to achieve?
Well, thank you, Senator. New Gold Mountain has recently gone to air. It was a very successful drama for SBS. It told a as yet untold story of the role that Chinese migrants played in the gold rush. It's gone on to do fabulous business for us both on linear television and on demand. And we have lots of interest being shown from overseas, which is wonderful. I think the thing that we're most proud of is that it had an incredibly diverse cast on camera and behind the camera, and the dialogue was 40% in Cantonese, sort of content that only SBS is and can make, Senator.
It's very exciting. Can I ask how you're going selling that series to other markets?
Yeah, there are some very promising conversations right now which aren't completed because I can't talk to them, but I think the success of the program in the domestic market has certainly generated some strong international interest, and I think the thing I'm very pleased about with SBS commissions is that we are attracting solid international finance into our programs before we make them, and then consequentially good sales after the fact.
All right.
Congratulations on that. Can I ask, in that context, how you think our capacity to tell diverse Australian stories is impacted by a series like this, both here in Australia and globally, particularly in the APAC region?
Well, Senator, I think at its core, SBS just wishes to naturally reflect the society it serves. And Australia is a diverse society with a whole bunch of different lived experience and cultural backgrounds, and we want that to shine naturally through our content. We also want to make sure we're creating pathways for all communities to tell their stories and see their stories reflected in the cultural output of this country. And of course, by extension, we want our neighbours internationally to see the wonderful pluralistic multicultural society that Australia is. And so anything we can do to that end, we are committed to, and it's why we always vigorously remind any and all governments about the value of SBS and the importance of a well-funded SBS.
All right.
Absolutely. Can I ask what SBS content, if any, does the ABC acquire for ABC International Service?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware, Mr Taylor, of the Pacific Oz TV initiative administered by Free TV? And has that initiative acquired any content from SBS or provided SBS content to Pacific broadcasters as yet?
I'm aware of the initiative. I'm not aware whether we've been approached to supply content. We would love to, I'm sure. I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Do you use co-production treaties with global partners to make content? And are there any markets where Australia doesn't have a co-production treaty that would be useful for SBS?
I will have to take that on notice, Senator. Our principal production model is through co-productions. I'll have to come back to you about the technicalities around the treaties.
Okay.
Okay.
All good?
I'd like to go, I've been reflecting on the answers in relation to Mr Mundine's tweets.
Yep.
And, you know, we've seen a lot of dialogue about tweets coming from ABC staff where we've had the likes of Senator Henderson go after those staff very hard. Why should an SBS board member get off scot-free for such breaches when we've got partisan posts coming from an SBS board member? Mr Taylor, you would expect to have a robust dialogue at a committee like this in terms of, as we've already seen, in terms of tweets of SBS staff. Can I ask Minister Hume, why is the government going so hell for leather after ABC staff when an SBS board member is essentially just counselled?
Well, not sure you can answer that, but I'm not sure that the Minister can answer the motive and the background to the questions that have been put by other members.
I think I can safely, I can pass comment, Senator Bragg, if it would be helpful.
Of course, Minister.
I think let me first of all restate that the SBS board are expected to behave in accordance with the SBS Code of Conduct, and that Mr Mundine clearly was reminded of his obligations, and he did delete the tweet. But I think that's the point, Senator Pratt. The ABC staff aren't being reprimanded, and the SBS staff member was.
May I ask Mr Taylor what you would do if there was an SBS social media policy breach made by a staff member, for example, a highly partisan political post for or against the Liberal or Labor parties?
Senator, it would really depend deeply on the context of the tweet, but certainly our Code of Conduct and its supporting social media protocol is in plain English. It is well described to staff. Staff are well aware of their obligations, and it would certainly result in a conversation with the staff member concerned.
Righto. Anything else?
As in, you mean it would be a similar approach? What action, deletion, counselling, what would you expect? So you would expect a similar process, or I'm just concerned to know if SBS staff are held to the same or a higher standard than Mr Mundine in this case.
Well, Senator, SBS doesn't appoint its board members. That's a matter for government. SBS appoints its staff. The Code of Conduct prescribes a whole series of remedies, including and not limited to all the items you mentioned, including termination. But I'd rather not get into hypotheticals about how we would or wouldn't deal with staff members against a particular hypothetical circumstance. I can assure you we enforce these policies and we communicate them clearly with staff.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Pratt, and we very much thank the Special Broadcasting Service for your time and for visiting us in Canberra. Wish you safe travels from here.
Thank you, Chair.
And we now have a short suspension. Well, I'll call the ACMA, the Australian Communications and Media Authority. Good evening. Welcome to you, Deputy Chair and Chief Executive Officer. You don't have name places, so it's...
Yes, Senator, I'd just like to apologise. There has been a mix-up.
Well, that's unforgivable. You're
Yes,
out of the family.
That's a bad start to the evening.
It's very disappointing.
I'm
We won't be
Deputy
able to
Chair,
go on, I'm
acting
afraid.
Chair at the moment, Karina Chapman, and with me also without a name tag is Rachel Zenema.
Yep, Rochelle Zenama, Executive
Well,
Manager,
I'll
Content
start by
Savings.
requesting an explanation. I mean, where are these name tags? Okay, you don't know? Well, good. We'll have to push on. Take it on notice. I understand you don't have an opening statement, so you've now recovered your position. You're back in the good books, and we're going to go straight to questions. So I invite Senator Pratt to open up the batting.
Thank you, Chair.
Bowling, I suppose.
Ms O'Loughlin, in December last year, ACMA published News in Australia, Diversity and Localism News Measurement Framework that outlined the potential design and outputs of a news measurement framework along with implementation options. May I ask, why did ACMA undertake this research?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. The work was undertaken at the time, given that one of the roles of the ACMA is to monitor and consider the news industry as a whole, and we saw it appropriate to do some research and to look into the nature of possible rules that were and regulations that were used by other regulators overseas. We looked at what is done in the United Kingdom, at how there is a measurement done of media concentration and media diversity. It was an exercise in research that we put on the table and put out for any comment or use that anyone else may like to use.
Sorry, Ms Chapman, for getting your name.
No,
wrong
apologies,
there.
I don't have a
May I
name tag.
ask? No, that's fine. The status of this work?
The status of the work is that we released the work. It's in the public domain for any consideration that anyone may like to use it for. I should point out that the work was done in consultation with an extensive number of academics at the time, and a number of those academics have since referred to that work, and I imagine that they incorporate that in some of the work that they are undertaking in their own consideration of media diversity issues.
Yeah. I know that ACMA has said the research was completed in March last year, but the publication was delayed until December on account of COVID. Already?
Well, hopefully
I think I've got the gist of the question,
Did you submit
Senator.
it to the government?
We're having problems with your NBN connection.
Don't poke the bear.
I can try dialing in, or I can repeat the question.
I think,
The
Senator, if you
research
could...
was completed in March, released in December. Why was it delayed? Was it changed in that time?
No, I'll pass to Ms Rainsford. My recollection was that it was to coincide with another piece of work, but I will...
Thank you, Senator. Kathy Rainsford, General Manager, Content and Consumer Division. The research was largely complete by March 2020, but we hadn't finalised the document. When COVID hit, we deprioritised that finalisation so that we could move resources onto higher priority matters, supporting the industry through the early part of COVID. We came back to that piece of work and finalised it with the announcement around the the media diversity inquiry that this Parliament was to hold, as we thought that getting that into the public domain would be a useful contribution to the conversation that was happening around that inquiry, and more broadly for policymakers, academics and thinkers around these issues.
So since it was published, what has been the Minister's response to this work in terms of considering it, implementing it, so that we've got a news measurement framework?
So, Senator, we've been in ongoing discussions through the course of this year with the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications, as well as with the ACCC, more broadly around the implementation of the government's staged process to reform media regulation. And obviously that's with a view to an end state of platform-neutral regulatory framework in here. Consideration of the types of issues that were raised through this particular piece of work are a contribution to those broader discussions as those policy ideas and sort of the reform agenda is progressed by the government.
So are we clear about which parts of this review, which parts of this research in implementation options are being considered? What contact has the Minister had, if any, with that process? And what contact has the department had?
I think that's probably a question for the department, Senator.
Okay, so you've done the work. What engagement have you had, if any, with the government on these issues?
Senator, as I mentioned, we've been working through the department as it's been looking to progress and provide advice to the government on how to progress its media reform agenda. During the course of this year, that has been focused on the priority areas that the government set out, which includes the release of the Green Paper around media reform in there. Those conversations in terms of that reform agenda are quite wide-ranging and have from time to time touched on this piece of work, as well as a range of other matters on which the ACMA, by virtue of our remit, has some insight or knowledge that is a useful contribution as the department prepares for advice for the Minister.
I should say, Senator,
thank you. So in that context, can you confirm that ACMA's been consulted around a news measurement framework now? Is this work that you've done live, or has it been put on a shelf?
Well, Senator, I should point out, to start off with, the research work that we did was certainly done of our own initiative and was done independently of any direction or indication from either the department or the Minister. It was work that we undertook ourselves in our role as the media regulator. Certainly, the government was aware that they were aware that we were undertaking it. Any conversations that are having with government in relation to that are on the basis that we've undertaken the work, and policy decisions in relation to any frameworks or measurement are a policy matter for the government.
Thank you, that's helpful. Ms Rainford, you specifically mentioned the media diversity inquiry. How does this ACMA work inform that process, please?
Senator, I think as part of the department's work on progressing the government's agenda around media reform, there have been some quite wide-ranging discussions consistent with the government's statements around its first set of priorities for that agenda. There have been some very targeted conversations on the matters that came up in the Green Paper. Likewise, as a priority area was the implementation of the News Media Bargaining Code, as well as a range of work we're doing around misinformation. So I guess that's where our more targeted discussions have been, but as the department thinks through the range of issues that sit around the state of the media landscape and what the future advice to government might be, matters around, I guess, diversity in the media and the like come up in those conversations from time to time.
They do indeed. Page 49 of that paper says work to measure and track levels of diversity and localism over time would likely be a valuable asset to policymakers and government and could provide an evidence base that helps inform regulatory reform in the media sector, including on harmonisation. Can I ask, Minister or the department, does the government or department agree this work is useful or needed to inform regulatory reform, including harmonisation?
Senator, certainly the government, as you would know, supports a diverse and sustainable media sector, and we recognise that quality news and public interest journalism play a very important role in the functioning of Australian democracy and society, and is essential for making sure communities are informed. The work that has been done by ACMA will assist in that process.
Okay.
But in this context, why is this a framework? Why is this a policy matter for government? Why can't ACMA just do it? They clearly had the foresight to undertake this work because it's important. Why are decisions around news measurement, a policy matter, a question for government? ACMA's had the foresight to get on and do it. Why can't they be left to drive and conclude this process as they've been doing with this research?
Senator, the ACMA's role in relation to media diversity in a regulatory sense comes from the Broadcasting Services Act, and it sets out quite clearly the ownership and control rules which we administer. They clearly set out, as you'd be aware, voices tests, limitations on numbers of licences in various markets. Our regulatory requirement under the law as it stands right now is set out in the Broadcasting Services Act, and it is quite specific. And that's what we are administering. This is an exercise in a wider exercise.
Part of administering that, it's good that you've done this work. So, may I ask, please, of ACMA, the government committed to a process to implement harmonised media regulatory framework in December 2019. Can you expedite the news measurement work to inform that process?
As I said, Senator, the ACMA's role in relation to this issue is set by the legislation, and we administer the policy and the legislation that is set in the Broadcasting Services Act.
But this excellent research shows how well you understand the issues. Surely we want the regulator at the table with its knowledge rather than it just being sidelined.
Oh, I'd suggest, Senator, that we produced the report on the basis that we do have knowledge in this area.
Can I ask you
Ms. Chapman,
can I ask you a sense of your...
is it not the role of ACMA to monitor the media market? Does ACMA not have broad information gathering powers as displayed in this case? It is within your remit to do this work.
Thank you, Senator. As Ms. Chapman mentioned, we undertook this work as part of a a broader role we have in terms of monitoring and looking at the state of the media markets. This particular report was produced to contribute to a public conversation about different ways of taking forward I guess looking at ways of measuring how diverse these markets are. That the ideas that we found in that report could be reflected in changes to the BSA into the future. But and to that end, this report was a contribution to policy thinking here. We do continue to work with the department to share any further information or intelligence we get about the state of the market, so that that can be, as appropriate, reflected in advice to government.
Okay. I'm just going to ask a few questions.
Can I ask the department? I beg your pardon, Chair.
I was just going to ask a couple of questions, but do you have many more to go?
I'm up to, I think, 148 out of 156 in total, with one more topic in addition to this one.
Thanks for that. Is that good or bad?
It shouldn't take too long if you give me a good run.
Okay, well, how long do you think you need?
I think I'm about just over a third of the way through my questions for ACMA.
Okay.
So I'm in a different time zone to you, Chair. I
No.
don't even know what time you're due to.
No, I understand that. It's just, we've been going for quite a long time, so we might get you to try and whip through yours, and I'll ask mine.
So can I ask ACMA, are you seriously suggesting that you need permission or a policy announcement from government to measure news diversity and consumption in Australia? Surely this is not the case.
Senator, I think there's two things going on here. So the first was the broader research that we commissioned to help inform those broader policy debates. And then the other is the very specific remit that we have in terms of administering the media control rules that are currently in the Broadcasting Services Act. Now, that is an ongoing task, one which my team are doing daily, and there are a range of responsibilities we have there. There's certainly, there's nothing that would, there's no legislative constraint, if you like, on us continuing to build on the piece of work that we have already done. But there's nothing in our work agenda at the moment where we're looking to, if you like, commission or update that piece of work in any formal way.
Okay.
But as I said, we
So
certainly share information as it comes to hand.
Ms. Rainford, that's helpful. If the work is finished, why can't ACMA simply implement this now? What do you need from government? More funding, resources, remit?
Well, I think Senator, in that this was, this is clearly a piece of work of which we are proud and think it is an important contribution. There are many different voices and perspectives on ways in which you could go about this piece of work. And I think...
But as the regulator...
I think it's largely an issue of priorities,
As the
Senator.
regulator...
I think it's
Don't
priorities.
you have broad powers to monitor the media sector if you set out this direction, the options already?
Yes, Senator, that is, there is nothing legislatively stopping us. The issue is a question of priorities. To commence a project of of measuring the media diversity under the model that you have kindly complimented that we have set out is a major project, and you would not undertake it as a one-off. It would be something that you would probably want to do over a period of time. So it is largely a question of priority. We prepared the document not as not as work to then to be immediately implemented, but as a piece of, I think as a think piece is the way that Ms Rainsford described it, which is a good one. We sought to contribute to the debate. I mean, we put out papers in relation to AI, all types of things, which are contributing with our expertise to the general debate in the community about these issues, and that's what we were seeking to do.
Well, this work is important. What's to stop you from implementing it now? Has the Minister asked you to hold it back?
No, Senator. No, the Minister has not asked us to.
So you remain committed to it, or what is it that you need to resolve to work out whether this is the options you've outlined is or is not the path Australia will go down?
No, Senator, as I've said, the work has been done as a piece to contribute to the public debate using our expertise in this area. It has not been put into it has not been released on the basis that it is something that we say that we should then implement. It is to contribute to the debate.
Well, if you've got the powers, why aren't you implementing it now?
As I've
Are
said,
you taking feedback on it so that you can then implement it later? What has the feedback been on the report?
the feedback that we've received has been very positive, but as I've said, Senator, we have created the document to contribute to the public debate.
But you more than contribute to the debate, you are the regulator.
Yes, and as I've said, Senator, our role as a regulator in the specific actions that we take are set out in the Broadcasting Services Act, and those rules are quite specific in relation to media diversity and control.
Well, but you have broad powers to monitor the media sector. Where in this paper, in terms of what you've outlined, which parts of it would fall outside your existing powers?
Our powers in relation to control are set out in the Broadcasting Services Act. This paper sets out options for ways in which media diversity in this country could be measured. It is a document which we have produced to contribute to the debate.
And in contributing to that debate, did the paper highlight any areas for reform that are inconsistent with your current powers?
No, Senator. This paper sets out a manner to measure and consider diversity. It is a separate issue from the actual regulation of media diversity in the country, which is set out in the paper at the moment.
So you regulate and advise the Minister on the state of the media sector. You don't just contribute to the debate. As the regulator, what prohibits you from implementing the
sorry, Senator, you cut out there.
What's the question?
What prohibits you from implementing and pursuing the options in this report?
If you're referring to us pursuing the measurement options in the paper, as I said earlier, Senator, it is the purpose of the paper was to highlight some options and to put them into the public domain, and that was the purpose for the report.
But whose responsibility is it ultimately to implement those options? What's inconsistent with your current powers in terms of what's in the report?
Chair, I feel like we're sort of repeating the same questions and the same answers over and over again.
Yeah, well, I'd just like to ask a couple
I'll go back.
I'd just like to ask a couple of questions. Have you got many more?
Yes.
Could you put some?
I will.
Could you put some on the notice paper, please?
I can put some, but I would like to pursue a couple more.
Okay. Well, why don't you? I'll ask mine at the end then, because the more you ask, the fewer I'll ask.
What capacity does the government currently have for measuring the current levels of news diversity in Australia? If so, what is it?
Sorry, sir, I'm not quite sure. Could you?
What role do you play in? I think it's governing and advising on media diversity, isn't it? Advising government on
What
media
capacity
diversity.
does government have for measuring levels of news diversity in Australia? Is it ACMA's job? Who else does government listen to?
I think that's a question I need to ask the department.
All right. Well, perhaps I'll put it this way. The government committed to a process to implement a harmonised media regulatory framework in December 2019. Will you now expedite the news management work to inform that process?
That's really a question. That's a question for government.
Well, how can they harmonise the regulatory framework without that information?
Well, Senator, my understanding of the harmonisation process is that it has a number of facets to it. The government made an announcement about the number of elements that it was looking into in relation to harmonisation. Some of those have been progressed, and some of them are still yet to be pursued.
Has ACMA been given any additional resources for the harmonisation process for a new regulatory framework?
No, Senator.
So who's measuring media diversity in order to pursue harmonisation as the government outlined?
As I said, Senator, harmonisation process has a number of elements to it. I'm not sure that pursuing those harmonisation elements necessarily mean that there needs to be a measurement of media diversity. I mean, they're quite separate issues.
Oh, well, I'm interested that you would see it that way. Can I ask the Minister, perhaps? The government has said there would be a process to implement a harmonised media regulatory framework going back nearly 2 years. That's correct. What tools will government use in order to do that?
The Green Paper is the first step.
And will you use this ACMA measurement tool in order to do that?
So the Green Paper, Senator Pratt, is the first step in the harmonisation process, and that consultation is ongoing.
Okay, so we've got options here for measuring media diversity, etc. Is that work going to be actioned in order for us to get through harmonisation? It's had lots of feedback about it being useful. It informs the process, but for it to inform the process, it actually needs to be implemented. We have to go from having a framework that considers how we measure news to actually someone doing the measurements in order to inform that process. Who is going to do the measurements to inform the government's process?
I think it's a question for you. Is it?
I'm not sure.
Who would you like to address this question to, Senator Pratt?
Has ACMA been asked to do
ACMA.
those measurements, or
Ms.
is
Chapman,
government
can you-
looking somewhere else?
The consultation's ongoing, Senator Pratt.
Okay. This is,
Okay.
okay.
I'll pause there. I do have one more bracket of questions. Thank you.
Okay. Well, you've been going for half an hour, so do you want to just knock it off? Because I think people are keen to sort of wrap it up, Senator Pratt, and I think we've been pretty patient.
Thank you.
It's okay. I'm sure the officials are keen to go home.
Senator Hume, at page 49, the ACMA paper states, work to measure and track levels of diversity over time would be valuable to policymakers across government and could provide an evidence base that helps inform future regulatory reform in the media sector, including on harmonisation. So, Minister, Does the government agree that this work would be useful or needed to inform regulatory reform, including harmonisation of the regulated framework?
I think we're all in vehement agreement that it was a useful thought piece, and that's the first, and that green paper is the first step in the harmonisation process, and consultation is ongoing.
That's the green paper, that's not this framework in that context. Are you going to implement, is the government going to implement a framework so we can measure news diversity in before we harmonise?
Consultation is ongoing on that, Senator Pratt.
Okay. I just want to ask some questions about ACMA complaints.
ACMA and what?
In the last year, how many complaints has ACMA received in relation to the ABC?
Was that, Senator, so was that in the last 12 months?
Yes.
Do you want to take it? Is it this one here?
Senator, I've got stats from the 1st of January 2021 to 30 September this year. In that period, we received 110 complaints and inquiries about the ABC, noting some of those dealt with more than one issue or more than one broadcast.
How many complaints has ACMA decided to investigate and how many has ACMA upheld?
So, Senator, we have a process where, with all complaints that come to us, where we assess all of them, which often involves looking at the broadcast material and then considering what that means against the code. At the end of that process, we, in some instances, make a decision that no further action is required, and in others that tips into a formal investigation. In that same period, so the 1st of January 2021 to 30 September this year, we, I think we've decided to investigate 4 matters, but I'll ask Mr. Nama just to confirm that.
Michelle Zernama, Executive Manager, Content Safeguards Branch. I have some stats here of matters assessed over the last 3 years, Senator Pratt. We've commenced...
Thank you.
So over the last 3 years, we have assessed, that is, complaints that have gone to the ABC and gone through the co-regulatory process, and complainants have come back to us. We've assessed 130 of those, and we've commenced 10 formal investigations over that period.
Thank you. I now need to ask some questions about unanswered questions on notice, which was for a list of 21 LGAs without coverage by a single local newspaper, as was reported by the ACCC in the final report of the digital platform inquiry. So can I ask you, Minister, surely it would benefit to answer questions about the state of the media for us to have such a media diversity framework in place.
I'm terribly
What
sorry,
is the department
Senator Pratt, you're
doing to
breaking
progress
up.
or support ACMA's work? My apologies.
Can you just repeat that question
Slow down.
directed to me again? And I'm sorry, the chair's just stepped out, so I'm going to take over the chair. Oh, that's all right. No, Sam's here.
Thank you, Chair. I'll talk slowly. We've had questions that haven't been answered for over a year in relation to a list of local government areas that don't have local newspaper coverage. Surely a framework, as ACMA has put forward, would benefit the department to be able to answer basic questions about the state of the media. How does the department currently look to answer such questions? It clearly can't answer them So, Minister, what is the government doing to progress or support ACMA's work on implementing a news measurement framework?
So I think that the issue of the unanswered questions should be better directed to the department, and I would refer to my previous answer on the measurement framework.
Yes, but we need this framework in order to be able to answer such questions. So I need to ask the department about how we go about measuring the state of media diversity in Australia. Is there someone from the department still with us?
Senator Pratt, Richard Windy is here. Sorry, could you just repeat that question for me?
In estimates in October, the department finally said it would get to work to try and get a list of newspapers to answer Labor's long-standing question about the location of the 21 LGAs without coverage by a single local newspaper. Are you ready to answer that question now?
Senator, I don't have an answer to that with me. We have certainly taken that on notice and will be providing an answer on notice.
Surely the framework as outlined by ACMA that enables us to measure media diversity in Australia would enable you to readily answer such questions.
I don't think there's a quite as direct a connection between the two, to be honest, Senator. I think the question that we are answering, exploring and answering on notice goes to just trying to work out how to find out what news service or what newspapers are providing what services in what LGAs. I don't think, which is I think a slightly different question to the sort of options that the ACMA put forward in their research piece.
Minister Hume, for over a year the department's been unable to produce a list of local government areas without coverage of a single local newspaper. Is this acceptable?
Senator, I think that has to really be directed to the department. There was always an expectation that questions on notice will be answered wherever it is possible that they can be.
But this is not just from October. This is outstanding for over a year. How is it possible that the government doesn't know where in Australia we have communities that aren't serviced by a single local newspaper?
I can't tell you, Senator. I've asked the team for some information about this quand that's gone unanswered, and they're not familiar with it either. So you're asking us a question for which we are entirely unprepared. And unfamiliar. And most importantly, we are unfamiliar.
Okay. How is it that the government measures where we do or don't have adequate media diversity or representation currently?
I think, again, that's a question better directed to the department.
Mr Windy, wouldn't this suggest a news measurement framework is required?
Well, Senator, I think there are a few things sort of in play. I mean, there is a media reform policy exercise underway that the Minister has referred to with the Green Paper, and the research work undertaken by the ACMA is, as the ACMA has indicated, a contributing piece of research into the broader reform piece. In terms of media diversity here and now, the primary position relates to the media diversity rules that are enshrined in the Broadcasting Services Act and have been there for some time, which are quite specific in how they operate and are very ably administered by the ACMA. So I think there are two questions. There's the question of reform, and there's the question of how do we understand and deal with diversity questions here and now. And in the here and now, it relates to the current BSA.
How do we how do we understand diversity questions in the here and now? Does that not suggest you need a measurement tool? Because the answers you've given so far show very clearly that the department doesn't really know.
Well, I think the point I was making, Senator, is that currently the media diversity regulatory arrangements are as set out in the Broadcasting Services Act.
We seem to have come full circle because they're set out in the Act, and ACMA's got some regulatory responsibility for it, but we still can't measure it so that we can get from A to B for
Senator, for the purposes...
regulatory consolidation and reform.
I think there is, for the purposes of administering the Broadcasting Services Act and the rules contained within it, I think the ACMA is perfectly able to measure and determine what needs to be measured.
But you won't let them or resource them to measure it as yet, to get on with implementing that report.
No, Senator. There are two. No, I was making a slightly different. I was referring to a slightly different thing. In terms of the current media diversity rules, we don't need a new framework to enable those to be understood, measured, and administered by the ACMA. They are very adequately and ably administered currently by the ACMA, and I'm sure they could take you through how they approach the current rules. In terms of a broader reform exercise, the ACMA has released a research paper which is contributing to the broader policy exercise.
Okay, what rules need changing in order for the government to be able to tell us the list of LGAs that aren't covered by a single local newspaper? This is highly embarrassing for the government that you can't tell us that. Is it a lack of regulatory power by the ACMA? Or is it a failure of this government?
Senator
Pratt, that's asking for an opinion.
The government has handed out $50 million in taxpayer funds to news media grants, and yet you can't tell us a list of which local government areas and which communities do not have coverage by a local newspaper.
Senator Pratt, that's a statement. If you've got a question, please ask.
Why can't you tell us about the where in Australia, which local government areas don't have a local newspaper?
Senator,
is it the lack of a measurement tool? Is it that you haven't asked anyone? Why don't you know?
Senator, I think we did take on notice questions at the last estimates that we will certainly be answering for you as to what we are doing in this space. What I would say is it doesn't require, there isn't an impediment or there isn't a rule change required. There is a non-trivial task of trying to understand and identify all of the various news organisations that might be operating, and there is no definitive list of those things.
Isn't this why you need a measurement tool?
Well, I'm not sure that in order to know we were measuring it, we'd need to know who they are. We'd have the same challenge either way. And we're certainly, as we've undertaken in a question on notice, we are working to try and unpack this as we know, and this all started with what we know the ACCC managed to determine. And we will come back to you on notice on a range of questions we took around this exercise. But it doesn't require a new tool or rule to determine it.
Well, the government, though, has had 8 years to sort this out. It's acknowledged the current media diversity rules are inadequate and don't match reality. Who takes the blame for this? Is it the fault of the Morrison government that ACMA can't give us a true picture of media diversity in Australia?
Again, Senator
Have we
Pratt, asking
descended
the
into
official
far?
for an opinion.
Why should officials at ACMA and the department be paid their salaries and collect bonuses if they can't answer basic questions about how many communities in Australia and where they are do not have newspaper coverage?
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not sure I've
Again, you're
how I can
asking
answer
for an
that question.
opinion of the official.
Okay.
It's also sort of
Why
a
can't
debating
you tell
point
us?
that you're saying that the only way you can have media diversity is if there is local newspaper coverage. And I think that that's a contentious argument in itself.
It is one part of the picture that you need a measurement tool to report on. You can't tell us in those 20 local government areas that don't have a local paper whether, for example, there are other media sources that adequately make up for the fact that they don't have a local paper. You're unable to comment on these things because there is not an adequate measurement tool that gives you a framework to let us know.
So, Senator, I'm not really sure how to respond to that, but I would observe that when it comes to it is a difficult exercise to identify all the local and community level newspapers and the areas they serve and the people and the communities that they serve. But with other...
Why is it that difficult? We all map it out, you know, local members of parliament map it out in their patch. Surely this is the department's job.
And Senator, that's why we have taken on notice questions in relation to the work we are doing in this space. The observations I would make are that traditionally we have operated and worked in those areas that have been subject to regulation as passed by the Parliament, and that has not involved detailed and close regulation of the local newspaper sector. With respect to your point about other sources of news covering those local government areas, that's a question that goes to, do we know where other sources of news, what other sources of news cover particular local government areas? And for example, one of those would be television. And we do know, you know, we understand the coverage and availability of television news services because that is part of the current regulated landscape.
And Senator, I should add, this is Karina Chapman, I should add that in relation to administering the current media diversity control rules under the Broadcasting Services Act, we measure newspapers as defined under the Broadcasting Services Act. We have a register of newspapers which are relevant to the rules in relation to control under the Broadcasting Services Act. Now, that doesn't go to all newspapers in Australia. They are defined as papers that have a circulation of a minimum of 3 days a week and a certain percentage of the particular radio licence area in which they're situated. So we administer currently a register of print newspapers. They must be in print certain days a week, certain coverage. So for the purposes of the current rules, we are measuring radio, we are measuring television, and we are measuring print to that extent. And under other means, we register community. So we are currently measuring diversity.
But we've come full circle again because the media diversity rules haven't been updated, and I want you to be able to update us on the 21 local government areas without coverage by a local newspaper. The ACCC can do it, but you must be humiliated by the fact that the Department of Communications can't.
Senator, I'm not sure quite what the question was, but as I've said...
The question is, can ACMA provide a list of the 21 LGAs without coverage by a single local newspaper, or do you need to get on and change your regulations so you can do a simple count?
Senator
Pratt, I believe that question has already been taken on notice by the department official.
Okay. Is it that you don't know where these 21 areas are, or is it that you don't want to fess up to their existence?
Again, the question has been taken on notice.
When will the Morrison government update its news measurement tools so that we can get an answer on these questions? Have you recently updated media diversity rules?
Sorry, who is that question directed to?
If I ask the department, has the government updated media diversity rules?
Senator, the last time there was a legislative change to the the range of media diversity related rules under the Broadcasting Services Act was, I think, probably the repeal of the 75% rule in 2017.
That's right. ACMA's paid out millions to local newspapers. The department's paid out millions, but you can't provide us a basic list. You know, these payments were to enable local newspapers to survive, and yet you can't measure that.
Senator, two comments. One, with relation to the program, it was an application-driven program, so people could apply to us. We didn't approach or identify the people that to which the grants were to be made available. So it was open to anyone that met the relevant criteria to be able to apply to us. On the broader question, all I can say is we've taken questions on notice on this. It is something that we are working on. We will provide answers on notice. We are working on the issue.
Okay, and how did you assess need as far as enabling local communities to have ongoing coverage in the case of those grants?
Senator, there were a variety of criteria associated with the program. I don't have in front of me what those were. We can happily provide those to you on notice. I mean, I think the guidelines would still be publicly available, but we can provide that on notice.
So the public interest news gathering program was from last year. Given your job is to administer grants, how do you administer those grants without being able to identify where the holes are in print media in Australia?
The appropriate administration of the grant program depends upon the design and approach taken to the program, and in this program it was an application-driven exercise. So we have worked with the people that applied, assessed them against the relevant criteria, and then entered into grant agreements with them and appropriately administered those grant agreements. What we haven't had to do is work with people that didn't apply for the grants.
We've been asking for over a year for this list. I would note that senators like Senator McMahon would note the particular concerns about newspaper closures. What do we do as senators with our concern that the Department of Communications still can't provide us a list of LGAs without coverage by a single newspaper?
Senator Pratt, again...
And through the chair, Senator McMahon, we have been asking this question for over a year, and I hope you might be able to support us as chair in pushing for an answer to this question.
Senator Pratt, again, you're asking for an opinion from the official.
No, I'm asking for a list of places that do not have a local newspaper.
No, I'm sorry, you asked him...
their local population.
Question 45 minutes ago, and we took it on notice 45 minutes ago.
Yep. And you just asked for an opinion of what should we do as senators.
Of the true picture of
that is
media
not an
diversity
appropriate
in
question.
Australia? Does the department agree it needs a new measurement framework in order to get a true picture of diversity and localism?
Again, you're asking for an opinion of an official who can't give one.
Since December 2020, what contact has there been between ACMA and the ACCC to progress consideration of or work to implement a new measurement framework?
Senator, we haven't had any discussions with the ACCC in relation to measurement.
Okay. Can I ask, other than for the purpose of answering our questions on notice, how does the department inform itself, in particular of regional news diversity in the newspaper space in particular?
Senator, that is, in a sense, that is a capability we are building. As I said earlier, the Commonwealth has not traditionally been in the business of regulating, or even for that matter, making grants to newspapers. The only newspapers that have come within the scope of the Commonwealth media regulatory landscape are the ones that Ms Chapman referred to previously, associated under the current arrangements. So we obviously recognise the rapidly changing nature of the media landscape, including of the news landscape, which are two sort of overlapping but slightly different concepts. There is considerable work going on in the department in terms of media reform broadly, of which news is a part but not the sole focus. That's the work that's being done through the Green Paper exercise that the Minister referred to earlier, and that is ongoing. So I think we are looking to, and we are looking to build our knowledge and capability across the print media space, but we're also simultaneously trying to build our knowledge and understanding across the broader media landscape, including the new streaming services rather than just, for example, the news services, for the purposes of media reform in the broad.
Mr. Windier, can I ask, when you say this is a new space, newspaper grants were first announced back in 2017. Why are we still saying that this is a new space instead of acting on ACMA's recommendations and suggestions?
Sorry, Senator, I missed the opening of that, which was announced in, what was the 2017 reference you made?
Newspaper grants were first announced by the government back in 2017.
I'm not sure I thought that was more recent. I would have to double check that. But as I say, in any event, that public interest news gathering program was application driven.
Senator Pratt, you have one minute. Can you please make this your last question?
The grant.
Senator, are you referring to the innovation fund, the new that has been administered by the ACMA, that preceded the public interest news gathering fund? Similarly,
I believe so.
Yes. Similarly, the innovation fund, which has been through a number of iterations of names, in the same way that the PING funding has been application driven by a set of criteria. The main difference between the Innovation Fund and the PING funding is that the PING funding was open to broadcasters, whereas the Innovation Fund was not.
I'm struck by using this application driven as a way of getting the department off the hook for being able to assess those applications against a criteria that enables us to see a proper picture of media diversity and how this funding is used to promote and support media diversity.
Senator Pratt, I'll take that as a comment. Your time is up. You need to put all remaining questions that you have on notice, please. I'm sorry, it's already over time.
The Regional and Small Publishers Fund was announced in 2017.
We need to wrap this up now. I'm sorry, Senator Pratt.
Why does it take the department over 4 years to catch up on having a framework, even though it's been giving money out in this space since 2017?
I'm sorry, Senator. I don't think it's I don't think I would quite put it that way. I don't think we're playing. I don't think we're catching up on this one, and I don't think there's any suggestion that the lack of a different model for measuring diversity had any impact on whether or not we could effectively administer the grant programs.
Senator Pratt, I again implore you to please put the rest of your questions on notice. It is now almost 10:20 here, and we have...
My apologies, Chair. I'm in Perth. And just lastly, and I'll close here, how does ACMA and the department, who have whole sections of taxpayer-funded public servants devoted to this issue, how can they continue to assert that they don't know anything about this space, about the fact that we've got 20 local government areas without coverage?
Okay, I'm going to call a point of order now, Chair. I'm afraid we've answered this question so many times in the last 45 minutes. And Senator Pratt, I know you're in Perth, but we have Hansard here, we have officials here. It's past 10:15. It's time to finish up. So can we please call it quits now, Chair?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Pratt, and I appreciate the fact that you're going to put the rest of your questions on notice. Thank you very much for doing that. That concludes the committee's hearings for supplementary estimates. Senators are reminded that written questions on notice should be provided to the Secretariat by close of business Monday, 6th of December. I thank the Minister and officers for their attendance. I also thank committee members, the Secretariat staff, broadcasting and Hansard officers.